Hey everyone, my name is Yevgen Kiselevsky and I'm happy to welcome you on the MS Stage 2021. So this is the second time we are running this conference during the pandemic online. So please make yourself comfortable and get ready to learn about the latest updates and the most relevant cases about Microsoft technology stack implementation. Today we have really powerful and really strong speakers crew from all over the world, including some technical leaders from Microsoft itself. Thank you guys very much for your time and for your willingness to share the knowledge with the community. So we will start with the keynote, and then you will have 3 simultaneous tracks and 6 speeches in each track. Each talk will start at the beginning of a new hour and will take approximately 45 minutes. And then you will have 15 minutes break for a coffee or tea. Quarter till 1 p.m. you will have a longer break for your lunch, and we will come back at 2 p.m. Please check up-to-date schedule on the msstage.com website. Next, we've created a separate Slack group for you to communicate with speakers and each other. You may find the link for this group in your welcome letter or here on YouTube in the comments. If you don't use a Slack in your daily routine, don't worry, you don't need to install anything on your computer or mobile phone. Just push the link and you will be able to use the web version of this application. We've created a separate Slack channel for each speaker named by his name and surname, so very easy to find. And I really welcome you to put your question there, and I'm sure that all the speakers will be happy to discuss with you all the topics related to Microsoft technology stack and of course to the topic of their speech. And before we start, I would like to say thank you very much to our partners. With their help, we are able to make this conference free of charge to all of you. So thank you to our platinum partners, Luxsoft, Parimatch Tech, and Virex, and to our gold partner, Intellias. Thank you guys. All these companies heavily use Microsoft technology stack in their developments, and I'm sure that all of the participants will have a lot of topics to discuss with these companies' representatives. Therefore, we've created separate Slack channels for each company as well. Please join these channels. You will find a lot of activities, a lot of engagement there, and also each company prepares some nice prizes for you. So join these channels, take part in the competition, and win your prizes today. Thank you for your attention, and let's start the conference.
Warm greetings to all of the participants of MS Stage Conference 2021. My name is Lesya Manzevich. I am Employer Branding Manager for Luxsoft in Ukraine. It's a great pleasure for us to support this community event for a couple of years in a row already. At Luxsoft, we are devoted to developing our talents and help our community to grow by gaining knowledge, especially in such up-and-coming technology stack as Microsoft Stack. To be honest, we cannot imagine a better way to learn and grow than a community conference. People getting together, even online, sharing their experiences, cases, and views is the most fascinating thing, and we are really happy to be a part of it. Luxsoft itself is a great community of technology specialists, uniting over 13,000 people worldwide. Many of our projects are being developed with Microsoft Stack, and that's why we're always in search of bright and motivated young people to join our crowd. Grab your chance to meet us and learn more about our company and our projects. Visit our virtual booth, meaning Slack channel, take part in our giveaway or play our Lux City game. Nonetheless, have fun and learn. Wishing you all a wonderful time at MS Stage. Take care.
Hello everyone, my name is Oleg Tarasenko and I am DevOps engineer at Virex. Virex is a platinum partner for this event, and I have deep experience working with the Microsoft ecosystem and Azure Stack. I have more than 10 years working in IT field. And I want to invite you to my online session, which will take place at March 19th at 2 p.m. at Track C. We're going to talk about implementation of monitoring system on Azure. So I will be happy to answer on all your questions. See ya.
Hi, I'm Sergey from Parimatch Tech. I will be speaking at MS Stage conference with the session My Beautiful Microservices, where I'm going to share my developer's experience. My talk includes both commonly used practices as well as new few exotic ones that might be interesting for you. It should be useful for any .NET developer who is doing microservices or just thinking about doing them. We will cover things like code organization and code sharing, CI/CD, health, resilience, and so on. Hope to meet you online at my talk. Cheers!
Hello, and welcome to Microsoft Stage Conference. Today we will tell you why Microsoft ecosystem is great for developers. My name is Dmitry Soshnikov. I am Cloud Developer Advocate at Microsoft, and I will be later joined by my colleague Alexander Belotserkovsky. So when you think about Microsoft, there are a lot of things that come to mind, and you can think about them as client things or cloud. You know that Microsoft invented Windows, that was great client operating system, but lately most fun is happening in the cloud. So what comes to your mind when you think about Microsoft? Probably things like .NET, universal applications. I always think about my favorite functional programming language, F Sharp. There are even cool things like HoloLens. All that can be considered client. And there are also a lot of things in the cloud. Some of them I will tell you about in a moment. But most interesting things happen in the intersection of client and cloud. Because, for example, recently at Microsoft Ignite, a technology like Microsoft Mesh was announced, which is the symbiosis of mixed reality techniques, HoloLens, and client technologies with cloud services. So let's start talking about the cloud. Why developers should really love the cloud? Um, well, you can think about the cloud as the way to abstract where your programming code will run. As developers, we don't want to think like which servers our code will execute on. We just want to say, here is the piece of code, I want it to run somewhere. And that is exactly what client is. It allows us to run our code somewhere without thinking too much about the details. The cloud should take away things like elasticity, scalability, security, software updates, all that. Somebody else should worry. Microsoft should worry about that and not the developer. Developers should think about the logic of the application. So let's start with a story. Can we do something really useful with the cloud? Can we use Microsoft Azure to help us fight, for example, coronavirus, COVID-19? And I will tell you about the project that I did recently together with my daughter Vicky that helps fighting COVID-19. So you know that since the beginning of coronavirus pandemic, there were really a lot of scientific papers published on this subject. Luckily, there is a dataset called CORD-19, which contains about 400,000 scientific papers on this subject. About half of them is with full text. So there is indeed a lot of materials on this topic. And if a researcher wants to start researching in this field, he would have really hard time reading all of that. And of course, it would be really helpful if we could provide him with a really flexible way to search this data set, or even make some semantic conclusions from it without reading all that text. So can we try to do that? Well, of course, there are technologies like natural language processing. You probably know that in the recent years, there have been a lot of great progress in NLP. For example, what natural language processing can do, it can extract entities from us for us from given text. For example, if I have this text, given positive COVID-19 test, I have been administered 300 milligrams of favipiravir daily in the oral form. So given this text, we can extract some meaningful pieces of information from it. For example, we can say that COVID-19 is diagnosis, 300 milligrams is the dosage of medicine, favipiravir is the medicine in question, daily is the frequency of medication, and so on. Oral form is the way that medication is given. So if we are able to extract those entities, we can probably try to understand much better what is inside the given text, what is inside the given paper. So how can we train the natural language processing model to do this entity extraction? Well, we need two things for that. We need computing resources, because training large machine learning models is always expensive. And we need some label data. For label data, we can in fact find the dataset on Kaggle of medical entities. And in terms of compute, we can use Microsoft Azure. And the easiest way to do that would be just to use the virtual machine, data science virtual machine. So I will show you how easy it is to create a data science virtual machine in Azure. We can say, I want to create a resource. Just look for data science virtual machine, say create. And then you just need to provide a little bit of information, like the name of the virtual machine, the region where this machine will run. I will select North Europe. And the type of the virtual machine, NC6, is the GPU-based machine, so it will be able to train the models pretty fast. Then we can specify username and password and say create. That's how easy it is. And the good thing is that data science virtual machine would contain everything we need to do data science. So once we've done that, we can configure some DNS name for this machine so that we can access it easily. For example, I would say it's called my demo VM. I will save this name, and then I can immediately access this using SSH. So I have now powerful machine at my disposal, which I can use for training my data science model. What else I can do? You can see that there is notebook service running there. So I can immediately log into this machine through the browser using Jupyter Hub. And Jupyter is the way most data scientists work. They want to be able to run Python code. So what I will do, I will just log in to this Jupyter Hub, and I am able to create Jupyter notebooks and run them on powerful compute. So that's how easy it is to get started. To summarize, we have data science virtual machine. We can store the data on disk, and we can use GPU for training. And we can access it through Jupyter Notebook. We can access it using SSH or even through Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code has the really great functionality called VS Code Remote, and it can in fact open directories on the remote machine as though they are available locally. And if you do that, that is quite good way to do your machine learning, but don't forget to switch off the virtual machine. The good practice would be to set automatic shutdown at midnight, and this small hint saved me a lot of cloud resources, because otherwise I might forget switching the machine off. However, this approach has some drawbacks. In particular, if you have the data set, firstly, you spend about 80% figuring out what the data is, figuring out what the data structure is. And this can, you don't need GPU to do that. This can be done on non-powerful VM. So normally what a data scientist would do, he would create two virtual machines, one for data preparation, one for training. And then there is a problem. How do I share the data between both of them? And there are a few ways to do that. You can use cloud storage, Azure storage, and mount it using Fuse driver. I think this is the the optimal way to do it. And there are a few other ways. I have written a blog post which you can see, the link is here. You can have a look. There are many ways to share data between two virtual machines and to save costs. But still, there would be some problems. You would need to think about how to deploy your trained model, how to not to forget to switch off the VMs, how to do distributed training if you need higher compute power. And all that, in fact, can be done using Azure Machine Learning. Azure Machine Learning is a really great service that encompasses all your needs for machine learning. It contains the way to store datasets inside Azure VM or to define datasets which are available somewhere externally. Then it contains compute. So, for example, you can easily create virtual machines from within Azure ML and use Jupyter Notebooks to access them. It also contains so-called compute clusters. So, for example, if you can work on the non-powerful VM, and then you can submit the code to train your model to the cluster, and the cluster would automatically take care about the resources. It would scale up. It would increase the number of machines if needed, and it would shut down the machines if they are not used. So using the cluster and submitting experiments for training is a great way to use Azure ML. And if you submit experiments, you also get logging for free. So you are able to log the results of all experiments and have that accessible from the centralized place. Finally, you can store all your models. And even in addition to that, Azure Machine Learning contains some tools for beginners, some no-code tools which allow you to train machine learning models, such as AutoML and Designer. Those are visual tools which allow you to do training. So Azure ML, to be short, is a really great tool. And we have used Azure ML to train our NLP model. But as soon as we did that, we realized that Microsoft already done that for us. And Microsoft created a service called Text Analytics for Health, which already contains the entity extraction for medical domain. So we switched to using Text Analytics for Health. And what Text Analytics for Health can do for us, in addition to extracting entities, it can extract relations. Like, for example, it can say that there is an entity called symptom, and there is an entity called time, and this symptom occurred at this time. So this would be a relation called time of condition between those two entities. And what else this service can do? It can link every entity to an ontology. Ontology is the formalized actually it's the formalized tree of medical terms. So, for example, if you say COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2, those two different terms refer to exactly the same disease, and this tool would map those two words to the same ontological concept. So we can easily understand what is meant by a certain piece of text, even though the words can be different. So this is a really great way to extract rich meaning from text. So what we need to do, we need to take our dataset. Our dataset, as I mentioned, is quite big, 400,000 papers, several, like in unpacked form, it's a tenth of gigabytes of text. And we need to run it through the Text Analytics for Health service. So we have a core dataset, we have Text Analytics for Health. How to speed up this process? If we just called Cognitive Service directly, we would spend like a few days processing all that data. Even though in the beginning, we were processing only abstracts, not the full texts. So to speed this up, we can use, again, Azure Machine Learning. We can define this dataset as the dataset inside Azure ML. And then we can use Azure ML cluster to do the processing in parallel. So we will take this data from, we will take the text of abstract from the dataset. We will call Cognitive Service, And we will end up with a JSON document like this. So this JSON document contains essential information about the paper, like publishing time, authors, ID, title, and so on. And then it also contains entities, and it contains relations. I omitted the relations here to save space, but it is in fact a JSON document like this. And you can see that there are like name of the category and so on. What can we do with those JSON documents? We want to be able to access them in the convenient way. So naturally, we can store them in some storage, on some NoSQL storage like Cosmos DB. Cosmos DB is the Microsoft database for storing semi-structured data like JSON, for storing documents. In fact, Cosmos DB can store many more things. It can store graphs, it can store relational schemaless tables, and so on. But we will use it for storing and for querying JSON files. So our Azure ML cluster would store information in Cosmos DB for querying. So how can we do queries in Cosmos DB? In fact, our collection of papers is hierarchical. So we have the whole collection. Collection contains papers, and each paper contains a number of entities. And those entities are linked together using relations. So that can be queried using SQL. So I can say SQL query like this to extract some meaningful things from the document. For example, here I say I want to select the title of paper, and I want to select the entity R, which is of type, not entity, relation R, of type dosage of medication, which contains as target hydroxychloroquine, one of the most popular medicines for treating COVID-19. So with this query, I retrieve all papers that mention this hydroxychloroquine, and immediately I can see the dosages of this medicine mentioned in the paper. So let's see how this actually works. I will open the Cosmos DB database in Azure portal. You see Cosmos DB database contains this container called papers, and inside it there are items. So if I click on items, I see those JSON documents, one JSON document per paper. They look like this. And if I want to do the query, I can, in fact, type my query here. That's exactly the same query as on the slide. And I can say I want to execute it. And when I execute the query, I get the result as a JSON file again. I see the titles of papers, and I see the dosages, 50 milligram mentioned in this paper. And now the researcher can easily find what he needs. He can do the queries like that, and he can get the information immediately. However, that is not really convenient for a person who is not really good with IT, because you need to write SQL queries. And even though SQL was created for humans, it was almost never used by humans without IT background. So to make it accessible to like normal people who are medical professionals, we want to expose it in the easier form. So we can use the tool called Power BI to access the data. Power BI is really great technology because it allows us without coding, almost without coding, to create dashboards which expose data from different sources. So what we did for this project, we created the Power BI dashboard, which looks like this. And this Power BI dashboard contains, as you can see, it contains entities. And for entities, I have entity types. So for example, I can say, what are the medicines used for treating COVID-19? So I can say medication name, for example. Here is the count, the number of those entities. And on the left, I see the table of medications sorted by count. So for example, you can see that hydroxychloroquine is in fact the most popular medicine. And the second popular medicine is HCQ. And guess what? HCQ is exactly the same as hydroxychloroquine. And how do we know that? Because they have the same ontology tag. We also extract, as I mentioned, tags, ontological tags. And by that, we can know that this refers to exactly the same medicine. And then you can see those are the most popular medicines which are mentioned in treating COVID-19. And you can see that vitamin D, for example, is indeed mentioned quite a lot. And we can also examine other things like diagnosis. And of course, COVID-19 and SARS-CoV-2 are two most popular diagnoses, and they also have the same ontological ID. In the same manner, we can explore relations. So, for example, my previous query about dosages of medicines, I can do here in this tool. I can say I want the relation dosage of medication, and here I have the table, and I can now sort by a medicine. So, for example, hydroxychloroquine 400 milligrams was used several times. So that's how easy it is to draw conclusions from this huge amount of data using Power BI. And this can be done by a normal person. However, the next step, we thought, like, can we draw some conclusions automatically without human being? Can we draw and visually represent some relationships? And in fact, we can do that. One of the most interesting thing for us was to see how the treatment strategies change. And you can do that again in Cosmos DB, because Cosmos DB contains the great thing called notebooks. Cosmos DB notebooks are Jupyter notebooks which can interoperate with Cosmos DB. So here I can do SQL queries right inside the notebook. So here, for example, I say I want to query my database, and I want to put the result into data frame called MEDS. You know that data scientists, they operate with a term called data frame, pandas data frame. So I can represent the result of SQL query as the data frame to do some further processing in Python. So here, for example, I extract medications with their ontology IDs, and I extract paper titles and paper publishing time. And also I extract the fact that the entity was negated. So, for example, if somebody says the hydroxychloroquine does not work, it would indicate that here in the negation property. So I can extract all those medicines in the table like this, and then I can do some graphical analysis. So, for example, here is the popularity of medicines, how many entities we saw published, and we can see that, of course, with time, number of publications and number of entities mentioned increased. Then we can group by ontology ID and indeed have one table of most popular medicines and how many times they were mentioned and how many times they were mentioned negatively. And we can also calculate this negativity coefficient by dividing the negative mentions by positive mentions. And we can see which are more positive and which are more negative medications immediately. Then we will consider top 15 medicines. Most popular. I removed some of them by hand, so we'll take this dictionary and we can try to see how mentioning those medicines changed with time, and that would refer to different treatment strategies. So we will end up constructing the table like this. For each month I would have the number of mentions of each of those most popular medicines. And this would allow me to do graphs like that. And you can see that with time, for example, the number of mentions of hydroxychloroquine decreased, which means that this strategy became less popular, while the number of mentions of favipiravir, for example, increased with time, because that is newer strategy which comes which is now becoming more and more explored in scientific literature. So you can discover those trends automatically using Jupyter notebooks. Other things that we can explore is we can graphically represent the relationship between different entities. For example, relationship between diagnosis and treatment methods. And you can see that if we take COVID-19, a lot of papers discuss prevention, social distancing, and some of them discuss things like supplemental oxygen, drug medications, and mechanical ventilations. So that gives us quite good insight into what directions medical papers consider as a whole. And we can, of course, explore that by different periods of time. It's also interesting to see the relations between different entities. For example, on the right here, you see that, for example, antiviral therapy is closely related to prevention. And for example, ventilation is related to oxygen, which is quite normal. And on the left, we have the dependencies between different medications, and you can see the combinations which were indeed popular in COVID-19 treatment. For example, hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin was one of the combinations, and lopinavir and chloroquine another one. and that is quite easily distinguishable from the diagrams. So, as a summary, we did quite a lot of interesting things. We discovered meaning inside the huge amount of text, and all that with the help of a cloud. So we started with the corpus with the big data set, several gigabytes of text, which we were able to download very fast to the cloud because cloud connectivity is very fast. Then we used text analytics for health to extract JSON entities, uploaded that to Cosmos DB database, and used Power BI dashboard, SQL queries, Jupyter notebooks to make sense of that data. So you see that cloud is really powerful. We can put together projects like that quite easily because you have the building blocks ready. You have building blocks for building data dashboards. You have building blocks for dealing with text. You have building blocks for storing data and so on. You don't need to think like where I would install my code. All that is available as platform level services. However, if you think about the cloud comes in different flavors. Of course, if you want like full access to your infrastructure, you can use infrastructure services of the cloud. And on the basis of the cloud, of course, there is data center hardware, and on top of that, there are infrastructure services like. Infrastructure services are represented by two big blocks, storage and compute. So compute allows you to do computations in the cloud, and for that you can use virtual machines, or if you need parallel computations, like in our case with processing a lot of documents in parallel, you can use things like Azure Batch. And if you want to deploy the complex infrastructure, like microservices-based infrastructure based on Kubernetes, you can use AKS, Azure Kubernetes Service. There are infrastructure services for storing data, and Cosmos DB can be considered one of them. Azure Storage and things like Azure SQL can be used for relational storage. But most interestingly, on top of that, there are platform services. And platform services allow you to solve the specific tasks without worrying about details. For example, if you want a web application, you can say, I want an Azure web app. You wouldn't need to think about like which web server to use or how to update it when it becomes old. All that is taken care of by the cloud. You just put your code, or you set up automatic deployment from GitHub, and it works. If you want to create chatbot, you can use Bot Framework and Azure Bot Service. If you just want a piece of code to run somewhere in the cloud, and this is useful if you want to create an API, or if you want to process, for example, COVID data, number of infected people in different countries. If you want to process that data daily, you can set up Azure Function to run once per day and send you, for example, reports by email. This can be done by Azure Functions. If you have IoT scenario, you have specific services for IoT, and so on. And on top of that, yet there are even more powerful services. One example of those services is text analytics for health, which we used, which allow you to solve very specific problems. Like there are cognitive services that can see inside pictures, that can compare faces, that can understand, like recognize different objects in images, that can deal with text, and so on. Those cognitive services, they contain pre-trained intelligent models which you can use in your applications. And finally, on top of that, there are also services for no-code scenarios where if you are not a developer, you can still accomplish a lot of the things. For example, Power Apps allow you to build applications using visual interface, and Power BI, we have seen the example of using Power BI, allows you to deal with data. A lot of interesting things, and this slide presents the most interesting ones that I have carefully selected for you, because in fact there are many more things in the cloud that can fit on this slide. And if you want links to specific resources, of course, you can find them using search on the internet, but you can also just see this one easy reference. Go there, and I have created the list of interesting resources for you.
Thank you, Dima. Hello everyone, my name is Alex. I'm a cloud solution architect and open source community lead in Microsoft. The important part of Microsoft developers ecosystem is open source. Actually, many of the services and technologies that were mentioned during this session and technologies that you can see on this slide are based on open source in some capacity. And this is the topic that I want to talk briefly about. Let me start from this simple sentence. culture is strategy for breakfast. I want to start from this because open source is a culture. I don't know who said that. Different sources give different author, but the key is that Microsoft strategy and Microsoft strategy with focus on the developers ecosystem now is at least partially based on open source. Developers ecosystem here was, is, and will be a critical part of these changes. Let me show you an example of our contributions on these few timelines. And as you probably know, open source and Microsoft has a rich history of partnership. And it started more than 20 years ago, not in 2004, even before, when we started to work with open source ecosystem on making a support of different distros for Hyper-V. So many users wanted to use Linux and open source software on Hyper-V, so we just needed to work with vendors and ISVs outside of Microsoft in order to make their software supported on Hyper-V. As you see, we passed a lot of important milestones, we announced a lot of different technologies, and we open sourced a lot of our products and services. And I would like to concentrate on the next slide on our strategic investment into open source. The .NET open source journey started many years ago. It was started with .NET for Windows released when Mono project began. Then F# language was released with Apache 2.0 license. And in the end of the day, in a nutshell, if you are contributing to the open source while doing some development tools and languages, it's just natural for you to look how to work with the community on these projects. Our strategic platform, .NET, has historically had a great ecosystem of developers, a great community around it. And these developers wanted to contribute, wanted to help to make these our instruments that they used and use in their daily life better. We did some job open sourcing some of the, I would say, non-critical components before 2015, and after that, when we realized how big is positive impact of this on .NET, on ecosystem around it, we started to do that very dynamically. In fact, we open sourced such serious projects like WinForms and WPF. And it would be impossible to reach the numbers in the right corner of this slide without a developers ecosystem. Because developers ecosystem, developers who are giving us their feedback, who are asking for a new functionality, who are voting on user voice, are directly impacting roadmaps of .NET and other products. And if you will go to the GitHub accounts, so Microsoft, Azure, and other accounts, you will find a lot of channels to communicate with product groups of Microsoft. And I'm highly encourage you to do so, because if you are using .NET today and you have any feedback that would be valuable for a product group, please share it with developers so they could incorporate it into their backlogs and then release it back to the ecosystem in order to make everyone's lives easier and better, and make us developers to spend less time on the development process and boilerplate coding. So another important milestones and quite impressive milestone in my opinion is our implementation of Kubernetes as a managed Azure Kubernetes service. So AKS is a platform that provides you with Kubernetes that just works. And if you want to enrich your clusters with some extra functionality, be it a sophisticated authentication or authorization system using Azure Active Directory, or integration with Security Center that provides you with security recommendations, best practices, and baseline security, or even using Azure Policy, which is a service that helps you to ensure that your clusters and components of these clusters are satisfying different policies, be it a requirement for pods to be in some state, or software to be installed somewhere, etc., to name a few. This is possible, and this is possible because it was developed, it was implemented in response to what developers asked us to do. And of course, Azure Kubernetes Service is tightly connected with our development instruments like Visual Studio Code, GitHub, Azure Dev Spaces, to name a few, and of course third-party instruments. And we are working closely with the community and with developers of these instruments in order to provide as seamless development experience as possible. So, but if you don't want, for example, to use or you can't use Azure Kubernetes Service, but you still want to use some great development and infrastructure instruments that we provide, we recently released Azure Arc instrument, and I want to highlight it a little more. So Azure Arc is a hybrid solution. It was developed and released earlier for servers, Kubernetes, and databases. It provides such capabilities as automation, monitoring, and policy, to name a few, that work in the cloud. So it works this way. You have a lot of Kubernetes clusters. They can be Azure-based in Azure Kubernetes Service. They can be deployed to virtual machine. They can be on the edge. They can be in your local data center. But in the end of the day, you want to have a single window to manage all of your clusters and apply some policies, ensure that everything is going fine, etc., etc. So Azure Arc is a tool that intends to solve your problem about single window of management and monitoring. So the next Azure service to come, and it was announced very recently, to Arc is machine learning. So some people are using Kubernetes for machine learning, and it works quite well in different scenarios. So, but sometimes sometimes these developers have some requirement to run these machine learning models on premises or on the edge or somewhere else, so outside of the cloud. But they still have something on the cloud, okay? And now you can use Azure Arc to connect these Kubernetes clusters with machine learning to the cloud and manage them from a single pane. So Arc-enabled machine learning is intended and will definitely solve some management, automation, policies related problems with the machine learning at the edge, like in the scenarios like predictive maintenance, asset monitoring, especially in the locations with limited connection or bandwidth. So it's worth mentioning that Arc is built to work with any Kubernetes distribution that is conformed to the standard of the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, like Red Hat, Canonical, Rancher, now Nutanix, etc. So on the left side of this slide, you see a reference architecture of running machine learning model inside of the Azure Kubernetes cluster. So now it's possible to integrate this deployment on different levels, on different layers, like Kubernetes cluster, machine learning model, etc., with Azure Arc, and manage all of your deployments on different level, which is, I believe, is quite impressive. So, of course, Kubernetes does not have all the functionality that anyone would need in the production, and this slide is a last but not least word about our contribution to the Kubernetes ecosystem and community. So, of course, Kubernetes does not have all the functionality, and it should not, as it's always dangerous to incorporate too much of the functionality into the product or service. Actually, Kubernetes has its own ecosystem, and Microsoft employees not just commit some source code to there. Microsoft employees are inventing popular open source tools and components, like a CNAB or Dapper or Virtual Kubelet, to name a few. And of course, it's an integration with inside of our tools, like Visual Studio Code. So I'm encourage you to check these instruments. I will not go into detail here, but I encourage you to check these tools, because some of these tools were born not in answer to the business need, but in answer to the developer's need And this is how Microsoft is working with these releases, with this ecosystem. If in Microsoft developers are developing something useful that makes sense to open source, they can open source it and give it back to the community. Again, the same with Kubernetes. As we are developing Azure Kubernetes service on a scale, we have a lot of learnings and experience. And it goes back to the upstream Kubernetes team, and then it is probably will be implemented as an improvement of Kubernetes in the next version. And you, again, as I mentioned a few times, you are a key in making our tools and community tools more better, because we are relying on your feedback here. So a few last words about how we are working with developers ecosystem and ecosystem in general. As Microsoft contributes and participates in many open source software projects, we also believe it's important to contribute and participate in the foundations that support them, like Cloud Native Computing Foundation, Linux Foundation, OpenJS Foundation, Open Container Initiative, etc. Some of these initiatives and foundations are open to participate for people to collaborate. And in the end of the day, if you are participating there, you are working in the project that intend to make other developers' lives easier. So again, we are proud to participate in these foundations, and we encourage everyone to participate as much as possible to make the industry better and to make industry instruments forward. It directly impacts our own Azure open source ecosystem. As Azure is a huge project, huge platform, we are talking about its dedicated ecosystem. And when we think about this ecosystem, we have a lot of partnerships, because many people, many developers, infrastructure specialists do want to use their familiar instruments like Red Hat, SUSE, to name a few. And of course, we are partnering with these vendors, and these partnerships go to such level that we are jointly building, operating, and supporting services with these companies. It's not just we are just talking about with customers and partners together. We are developing a seamless experience of using. So if you are using Red Hat workloads, if you want to use it in Azure, you can be sure that you will have a seamless experience with Red Hat and Microsoft, and you will have a lot of options of technical and billing and business support from both of the companies and from both of the worlds, actually. So by this, I want to say a few key ideas of Microsoft ecosystem for developers. And in closing, I want to repeat that Microsoft Azure and Microsoft ecosystem intend to provide you with easy building blocks to put together a complex system in the cloud, on-premise, on the edge, or in the hybrid deployment. Second, Microsoft loves open source, and it's not just a technology. It's not about technology. It's about culture. So as I mentioned before, if you go to the GitHub, you can talk with the developers directly. You can raise the issue, and developers will take a look at that. And you can impact our products. Our products then will be probably released to the open source. So you can impact the developers ecosystem on a scale. And by this, I wish you a great day and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
VIA Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas, leading
the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others. learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas, leading
the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. programming in Java while learning Python, turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production, and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes, and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas, leading
the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4. 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hello everyone, welcome at this session about Azure Digital Twins in a nutshell. My name is Michiel Mateev, I'm Microsoft MVP on Microsoft Azure and Data Platform and Microsoft Regional Director. Currently, I work as solution architect and technology consultant. My experience is in different areas related to Microsoft technology. I'm also Microsoft technical expert, Microsoft certified trainer, and also community enthusiast. Let's start with introduction to digital twins concept. Actually, this idea is not pretty new. It is nearly 20 years old, and everything started in 2002 with one proposal about digital twins, like concept for modeling of specific processes, like processes related to product lifecycle management. First, Dr. Michael Greaves proposed this solution, and step by step, this approach was also considered from different areas in industry, especially in aerospace and different areas of defense and construction. There are specific terms which are related to digital twins concept, and it is good to stay familiar with these terms. Digital twins prototype is something which we are using for prototyping based on digital twins concept. Digital twins instance is a digital replica of existing physical or virtual system which is used for different purposes. Digital twin aggregate is actually representation of group of instances where we have aggregation of different data from each of these instances to be possible to manage this data for different kind of analysis. Additionally, digital twin is often considered like part of robotic process automation or RPA. But what exactly is a digital twin? Actually, digital twins are virtual replicas of physical or virtual solutions, and scientists and IT professionals can make different activities. From one side, they can run simulations in advance, but it is also possible to actually track the behavior of original systems, having continuous bidirectional connection between digital replicas and original systems. Actually, this communication plus analysis, which can be applied over digital twins, make this solution actually very, very specific and useful for the industry. Additionally, growing of technologies like IoT, AI, different kind of analytics and cloud make digital twins very important as part of these technologies and also as a clue between different systems and different components. How does digital twin work? From one side, digital twin is constructed to receive information from sensors from the original systems or to collect data related to original system if it is not physical but, for example, virtual. Digital twins allows also to simulate different behavior of the original solution. It is possible to make it in advance based on prototype. It is possible to make it based on data which is collected from existing solution. Digital twins also can be used for prototyping and simulation in the phase of design and analysis. We can use for these goals also different concepts, not only digital twins concept, but having this technology, it is possible from one side to make design, to make simulations, to make monitoring and tracking of the existing solutions, and to be possible to make predictive analytics based on different simulations, which allow us to understand when we can have possible failures or other issues in the original system. Where we can use digital twins? Actually, now we can use digital twins like technology in almost all business domains. But some of these domains are more related historically and traditionally with already existing solutions for analytics where digital twins are used. Such areas are, for example, energy models and optimization of energy consumption, different kind of analysis of complex structures are also very related to digital twins like technology. Structural health monitoring is another area where digital twins application is very important. It is possible to make very specific analytics regarding to existing structures behavior and also the state of these structures, and to be possible to reduce maintenance costs, to optimize the models, and of course to increase the safety of these structures. And also testing of different kind of materials is very popular using digital twins. Nowadays, there are different solutions in different areas, including also implementations where we have real-life monitoring of different products, physical and virtual, and it is possible in any moment to know exactly what happens with a specific sold item of machines or other types of technology products. It is something which changed dramatically the way of maintenance of products nowadays and in the future. Digital twins can be used not only for technical analysis, maintenance, predictive analytics, and similar cases. It is also possible to collect information related to behavior of owners of specific products, already sold products, and based on these to develop market, to be possible to offer features which probably owners would like, and also to expand the market. So in this context, digital twin is very useful for sales and marketing and business development. It is something which is not only related to technical parameters and maintenance of existing solutions. We can say that digital twin provides the connection between smart connected products and different types of services. So we can consider digital twin as a platform which allows different services to be used for analysis of data coming from smart connected products. So this is something which can be done, of course, in a different way, but using such kind of common concept, it is much easier and much more straightforward to have such kind of integration. The next important point is what is the place of digital twins in IoT projects? And we can see in this schema that we can use digital twins for different purposes. It is possible to use digital twins for management of devices. We can use it for different kind of management API. It is possible additionally to have around digital twins management and control of gateway services, or as we say, Azure IoT Hub for Microsoft Azure. It is possible to have connection between different information systems and original objects. It is possible to have digital twins as a platform which is based on additional functionalities around specific tracking of behavior of the original solutions. So we can say that the place of digital twin is not only one, we have different purposes for digital twins usage, and we can demonstrate later how actually is possible to use this technology in several different places for IoT solutions. Many people can say why we are using digital twins. It is possible to have solution where we can have event-driven analysis based on traditional technologies where we will write some logic after specific event. Yes, it is possible, but such kind of approach will lead to quite complex specific solutions, and these solutions will be expensive and difficult for maintenance. That is the main reason to look for some common approach where we can have event-driven analytics for our solutions, but also additional functionalities where we will be able actually to have connection between original solution and many different services for analysis. So our digital replica represents a platform where you can have hooks to different services which will make some data processing based on specific case. The first implementation of digital twins in IoT solution is exactly related to device maintenance, software update, and synchronization of device state. In Microsoft Azure, such implementation is added to Azure IoT Hub, and the name of this technology is Device Twin. Device Twin is a specific simplified implementation of digital twin concept, which is focused mostly on device state and software update. This information is added into specific part of Azure IoT Hub, so named identity registry, and it is possible based on device twins to have bidirectional synchronization, what is the existing state of the devices, or devices report their state and configuration in general. Backend services are sending settings which are what is needed to be as configuration for devices after updates. So this is so named desired configuration. Both desired configuration and reporting configuration are represented with device twins in Azure IoT Hub. Other platforms also represent similar technologies for device state synchronization and software update. Microsoft Azure offers different, very powerful implementation based on digital twins concept, or so named Azure Digital Twins Service. It is quite powerful, covering everything which you can have regarding to digital replica of the original systems like functionalities, and it is a service which is offered for different goals. So it is something which, in difference from device twin, is predicted to cover different cases to be used in different situations. Device twin is used specifically for device state and software update, and digital twin service is considered as software as a service, offering very flexible platform to create own digital replica of different systems. And digital twin service offers from one side spatial intelligence graph, where you can have very powerful modeling. You can model everything or almost everything. It is possible to get information from different devices, so it is such kind of hub where you have the state of devices, and additionally it supports role-based access control and multi-tenancy. It is very important also when it is used in combination with other services like IoT Hub, for example, and this platform offers very rich integration. So Azure Digital Twins service is a complete digital twins platform which can be used from different clients for different purposes. It is easy to use, no need to have development, or if it is a specific case, there could be small amount of development for additional functionalities, and it is possible to apply this platform almost anywhere where digital twins concept can be used. Initially, Azure Digital Twins service was introduced in 2018 like preview, and this first preview already had some of the most important features. So it offers digital twin object models, spatial intelligent graph, advanced compute capabilities, data isolation with multi tenancy and isolation, security access control, integration with Azure Active Directory, and other Microsoft services. The specific thing here was that Azure Digital Twins was built on top of Azure IoT Hub, so each instance of Azure Digital Twins service contain as part of core functionalities also Azure IoT Hub. And Azure Digital Twins was used also as part of Azure IoT Central, and there were offered solutions based on Azure IoT Solution Accelerators, such kind of projects which you can use, start and extend it to have own IoT solution. So digital twins for the first preview was something like digital twins implementation with IoT Hub as core and additional functionalities around offering spatial intelligence graph for modeling and specific IoT and non-IoT functionalities. But always you needed to have IoT Hub together with Azure Digital Twins. If we take a look at the overall Microsoft Azure IoT architecture, there are several places where digital twins can be used. One is for simulation and visualization. This part definitely is related also to very good opportunities to make a solution better and easier for maintenance and more flexible for modeling using digital twins concept. Cloud Gateway, the service which communicate with devices, where we by default have Azure IoT Hub, is the place where we have very important functionalities in digital twins which we can use, like multi-tenancy, role-based access control, and here especially you can have something much more than integrated device twin, for which we already discussed. And nowadays, for Cloud Gateway, we have separation. So for the latest version, as we will see later, it is not necessary to have always digital twins together with Azure IoT Hub. We can integrate these two components, but to have it independently deployed. Additionally, business integration with different solution is something which can be simplified and made better using Azure Digital Twins concept, and Also, common data model, which is used for device configuration management, is something which can be powered by Azure Digital Twins. An essential moment in digital twins development is the second version of Azure Digital Twins service, which was first time demonstrated as preview after build last year and stay general available at the end of 2020, actually without changes in the API comparing to the second preview, which is from May 2020. There are several things which comes additionally to whatever we have from the first preview. We have more flexible modeling, more flexible topology, richer and more flexible compute. It is mostly because we have decoupling between Azure Digital Twins like a service and Azure IoT Hub, plus more unified and simplified approach to integrate Azure Digital Twins service with different compute models using HTTP endpoint calls. And it is possible also to have better device management because we have such kind of flexibility again to decouple Digital Twin service from IoT Hub. We have more standard security and better scalability. Standard security in the context that in the first preview there were some specifics when we configure security and role-based access, but after the second preview and general availability, we have very similar approach to whatever we have for the rest of Azure services. There are some limitations which actually are in most of cases not hard limitation. That means they are adjustable. It is possible to call Microsoft support for increasing of this limit if there is a real reason to have actually higher KPI for specific metrics. It is absolutely adjustable, and it is case of discussion with support if you can prove the need of increasing of these settings for your settings. One important feature is actually presenting of the new open modeling language, or so named DTDL, Digital Twins Definition Language. Based on this language, it is much easier to describe almost everything. In the first preview, it was possible to start from one preset model group with specific objects, and additionally to extend this group with definitions of custom objects. It is possible now to have more straightforward approach to integrate with live execution environment using Azure functions, or in general using calls to HTTP endpoints. We have embedded input from IoT and business systems, which can be used in an easier way, plus also simplified output to some services like Azure Time Series Insight, for example. So the high-level design of Azure Digital Twins service can be represented in this way. We have several groups of inputs and we have several groups of standardized outputs. And additionally, we have now more powerful visual tool, so named Azure Digital Twins Explorer, which allows not only to visualize your models, but also to edit it. It is absolutely free open source project based on Node.js and React, which can be downloaded and used for different purposes. Of course, if you need specific modeling software, very precise with very specific features, companies like SAP and like Bentley offers specific preprocessors which can be used for these goals. But in general, you can start with Azure Digital Twins Explorer, and you can create and edit most of models which you can have for real life use cases. Let's now see some typical options for implementation of digital twins for real life Microsoft Azure IoT solutions. During the first Azure Digital Twins service preview, there were several main cases where you can see digital twins. One is together with IoT Hub. It was something which was implemented in some solutions where we have actually extended gateway service based on digital twins. But during this time, there were some limitations regarding to security and integration of digital twins exactly in this role. So we can say that it was something which was done with some drawbacks. Additionally, it is possible to use digital twins for different purposes, to have actually data flow and data processing managed by Azure Digital Twins, and it was actually the main goal of this service in most of IoT solutions. And for the latest version of Azure Digital Twins, we have already integration with almost all other services based on HTTP calls, mainly with Azure Functions. So we have inputs from different services using this approach, and we have also output using the similar approach. Integration is based on direct data ingress from IoT Hub, Logic Apps, and custom services, and we have ingress or output using Event Hub, Event Grid, and Service Bus plus additional services. You can see this schema where we have actually routing of events which can be raised in structure built on top of Azure Digital Twins. The main idea is when we have some changes of some properties that we can have rising of event, we have common flow of these events and dispatching to different endpoints at the bottom of this routing. This is the most important which you can have, and this is also the main advantage and flexibility. You can raise any kind of events and you have common approach how these events can be collected and distributed. In this way, you can have a common way to manage different cases which can happen in your digital replica based on some changes in the original system or in a different way. You can see a typical scenario where we collect information from different sensors. We are processing telemetry from IoT Hub, which actually comes from devices on site, and based on specific values which we have for this telemetry, we can have actually rising of specific events. In such a way, it is possible, based on event-driven design, when event is raised, we can use event grid, for example, and we can trigger some functions which can make some changes and update our digital replica. In such way, we have a closed life cycle, and we can have a fully functional solution where if something is changed, we can have some analysis. Based on this analysis, we can change some of values related to specific nodes in our model. Based on this, we can have correction of the model. We can have additional logic where to update the original system or to run additional analysis. But this is the major approach via which you can solve almost any case which can happen with a real-life solution. Digital twin definition language is able to provide enough power for almost everything which you need to model. We will go back to this point a little bit later. Let's now see the main functionalities applied to different parts of the solution. Device configuration management system is the heart of modern IoT solutions. This is the place where you control all devices, and exactly there we can have device monitoring, device provisioning, software update based on digital twins concept. Additionally, multi-tenancy can be modeled and integrated with identity management system, pretty good and very powerful. Using this service, we can have integration with other solutions, and we can raise any kind of alarm. You can see in this schema actual implementation of digital twins concept for automotive solution, where we have from one side a device configuration management system with a common data model based on digital twins. We have additionally multi-tenancy around IoT hubs, again based on digital twins concept, and it is possible also to use it on edge devices as model twins. And you can have in such kind of solutions application of digital twins in different subparts of the whole system. Quite often we can integrate Azure Digital Twins service with other components for analysis, like for example from Azure Cognitive Services we can use anomaly detector to find some anomalies in data which is sent to our backend services. So using preset components and minimum code for integration, we can have quite complex solutions which can solve very important use cases from the real life. It is important to know some details about spatial model and how to define it, especially in the latest release. Digital twin definition language is very rich, and we are not able in this presentation to cover most of moments related to this language. Of course, in documentation, you can go deeply in details, but what is important to know that there are several important components. We have properties, telemetries, components, relationships, and we have specific fields in the model which are mandatory. You need to have identifier of the model. You need to have the type. Usually it is important because each type is managed in specific way. We have context, which exactly is represented as JSON document. Display name, which is optional for more friendly representation of the specific model, and everything remaining is in the contents, where you can have different attributes like attributes from type property, telemetry, command, relationship, or component. Components can be used to build a bigger model based on specific components. So such kind of model is extendable. It is possible to enrich it. It is possible to have a set of types which are preset. Plus, of course, you can extend the whole solution, represented some complex models. In our demos, we will be able to demonstrate some practical examples of specific models which can be visualized. Let's now create a new instance of Azure Digital Twins. You need to have Azure subscription, and you can do this via Azure Management Portal. Of course, it is possible to be done via REST API and also using Bash or PowerShell. Let's try to type Azure Digital Twins. There should be several seconds to load the page with settings. After that, we will need to make some settings and to create the service. That is the main thing which is required here. So we need to create it. Need to choose the subscription, need to choose the group which will be used for this, need to choose location, resource name, something like this. You can restrict the access only to private networks. You need to add additionally options to use manage identity. You can add tags for better options when you deploy the service. and finally you need to create a service. We will not wait this service to be created. I will go back to already created one. You need to have actually URL, which is the endpoint for this service. It is important to know some details about access control, and you can see here for assigned roles, actually you can have different users. If we add role assignment, the important interesting thing is that there are few roles which are important: Azure Digital Twins Data Owner and Azure Digital Twins Data Reader. These roles are different from standard roles which you have in identity management for other services, cross-service roles, and you need to assign these roles to specific users which will manage this service. It is important for now to know that you need to use actually organization accounts where your tenant is related to Active Directory used in Azure for your subscription. So currently you need to have such kind of accounts, for example, like this one, to be possible to manage your Azure Digital Twins subscription. With guest accounts, you can have issues, and as also with accounts which are not organizational accounts. Another important point is that we need to register applications into Azure Active Directory to be possible to manage these Azure Digital Twins services. I already have such kind of application, and important point is related to authentication. It is possible to add specific authentications for different platforms. It is configured in this way here. So when we have everything, we will be able to visualize our digital twins with Digital Twins Explorer. Azure Digital Twins Explorer is an open source project. You can download from GitHub the source, extract it, and after that, just to run it. You can run it locally, but you also can deploy it into web app in Azure, for example. And authentication is based on actually a login, which is used from your environment. For example, with AZ login, you can use login for your subscription with user, which actually is related to your identity management service in the context of Azure Active Directory. When solution is started, you will be able to see the landing page of this Azure Digital Twins Explorer. If we have already some models, it is possible to execute queries which will be able to give you some information about what we have in our model. And it is possible, of course, to have additional information about different parts of your model. Depending on the rights, which we have, it is also possible to edit some of components and save the updated model. Let's now see what will happen if we use some digital twins definition language models. We have modeling which looks in this way. For example, we can have some component which represents consumer. We can have base consumer. We can have some other models which extend this, like domestic consumer, farm consumer, industrial consumer. Industrial consumer already adds some additional components inside using a relationship type for description of additional properties. Each model has own version, and you can make newer versions of your models in a way to support multi-versioning of whatever you have as model for your digital twin solution. We can have also some more complex models where we can have different types of elements inside, properties, relationships, and others. We can visualize also some offloaded models which we have in the Azure Digital Twins Explorer. Let's now create a device simulator solution. It is simple C# application which actually is used to simulate embedded devices which sends information from thermostat. We have already in Azure solution including Azure IoT Hub, which sends using Azure Function information to Azure Digital Twins. And let's now create another solution which will be used to connect to Azure Digital Twins and to get information from specific node representing this thermostat. So we have this client application we are running again. Also this project, and we need to expect this situation to have starting. We need to have authentication using organization account, which already is set for our Azure Digital Twins instance as account in a role which allows to read or manage data. Our solution has started, and now we can add expression which will give us information about values from specific element modeled in our digital twins instance, and this element represents the thermostat. So you see everything which we sent now is possible to be received via client application from Azure Digital Twins. That was everything which I wanted to explain. Azure Digital Twins is really very powerful service. I kindly recommend to try it, and it is for now the only one platform which you can use for different purposes without significant additional effort for development. Thank you for watching. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer you. Also, you can contact me later via email or social networks. Thank you for attendance.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team. Inspiring.
Parimatch Tech, developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hi everybody, welcome to MS Stage. My name is Tomasz Kostrun, and today I will talk about bringing trust to your data with Azure Catalog. Couple of words about me. If you want to get in touch, there's email, there's Twitter, there's GitHub. I've been data developer, BI developer, and data analyst for more than 15, almost 20 years now. In the past years, I've been very much into data science, machine learning, and data governance. So this topic is definitely something worth mentioning and very interesting to me personally. I've been quite along in the community, avid coffee drinker, and the book I've published with a co-author Julie a couple of years ago. So get in touch if you want to get some additional information or about data governance or about machine learning or data science. Okay, so agenda for today is first I would like to talk about data trust. Then I would like to talk about data governance, data management. And at the end, we'll dive into Azure Catalog or Purview as the branding has been changed. So the data catalog equals Azure Purview. Okay, why trust? So trust is something that we need to define, and we need to measure if we want to have reliable, trustworthy data in our system. How can we define and how can we measure that? We can ask ourselves how confident we are that this data is, for instance, correct, or how obvious this data is, or how descriptive the data is. We can also ask ourselves, is the data raw? Is it in some sort of neutral state, or is it in derived state? And of course, how stable the data is, meaning how consistent the data is. Imagine the atomacy, consistency, durability, and isolation type of concept, and you can ask yourself how stable data is. Why am I bringing this up? Because we live in very fast changing world with a lot of different data sources coming from either from the cloud, on-prem, from APIs, from all over the place, and somehow we need to have this responsibility that we deliver interesting and important data to our, let's say, beneficiaries or our customers or our clients. Really depends from the type of the organization that you are coming from. And that's why the predictions for the year 2021 were and had been since the past 2 years that data governance or data management will definitely gain more and more interest, not only among communities, but also among larger corporations, organizations. Why? Mainly because of the data sparsity, dispersity, and so much more data that we are gathering every day, we are producing every day, that somehow we need to have this system created and being ready for data to be trustworthy. In the past, a lot of data governance projects have failed. And this is also, as I said, somehow personal topic to me. I want to address those issues. First of all, a lot of organizations have started the data governance or data management always at the wrong end of the road, which means that they usually started with tools instead of starting with the problems they want to solve. So imagine going into elaborative research and trying to find the best tool, whereas you don't really know what your problem is. So the derived solution from that is, you should always start from a problem, try to understand and solve the problem instead of focusing on tools. So if you see yourself in doing this, just comparing different tools, that you might rethink your strategy. The other thing is you have to have top management support, because years have passed and data governance had been all over different organizations that they didn't deliver to what they were supposed to deliver, and a lot of companies have lost or got issues with this, and they said, okay, we don't really need this, it's okay if we have 15-20% of false data, not cleans data, it's stuff like that. So those are all valid arguments, but if you have the top management support, you can diminish those 20% of false data up to, let's say, 5%. Of course, there will always be some percentage of dirty data, unclean data, false data, weird data, but as long as you can keep this percentage low, or you can evaluate how much money does this false data cost your organization, you're gonna get the top management support. Once you have this and you start with your problem, you need to engage the people, you need to build a community, and you need to have people collaborating in this whole process. So what you need to do is build your roles in your organizations, because with new tools come also new roles, meaning that if you have decided to, let's say, activate Azure purview, you definitely need to have also security and the roles and people saying, okay, now you're going to do this, you're going to do that. So it's not only about, defining the problem, understanding the problem, collaborating. Is also, how your organization need to change. And the last one that I've also seen that a lot of organizations have failed is focusing on outcome and not focusing on details. So imagine that you don't understand the root cause of a particular problem, and you are constantly doing this iterative task of cleaning the data. This might at the end bring your project to the failure because you are not actively working on understanding and eliminating the root cause. So this is always, focus on the bigger picture, not on those tiny details, and keep that in mind that it's not about it's about outcome, it's not about those tiny little details. Okay, so what is data governance? Data governance is a process of controlling the data in your organization in order to basically give your data what they are basically should be delivering all the potentials to your organization. Especially if you are a data-driven company, you should be aware of those processes. So there is the standard circle going from how the data basically lives and all the tasks under the data governance or data management that are worth mentioning. So you do some sort of data discovery, and then you go to data profiling, where you would usually do some data quality, and then you would start governing your data in terms of understanding your metadata, understanding data lineage. At the end, you will start transforming phase, which means that everything that you've gathered, now you have to put somewhere, and usually we call this a data catalog. A data catalog is sort of a consortium of all the metadata, all the descriptions about the data, all the data-driven description, all the user-driven description, everything worthy of mentioning and keeping in a safe place that will basically enable and give your data more trust. Once you have the data catalog, you start sharing it, which means you start building the rules, you start data preparation, and then at the end you need to have data stewards or people who would be actively engaging in connecting your data with either IT people or business people. So basically the data stewards were the one who would actually engage in, who would be on one end a customer trying to understand the data versus somebody in the back on the computer, and those would be the bridges between those two different worlds, and data stewards would come with different rules, with different potentials, trying to understand the data, what's going wrong, and enhance those solutions. So this is the circle that data governance is basically represented with. Once you have that knowledge and understanding, I definitely would implore you and say, create a mission, create a vision. Vision especially is crucial and important because you need to understand why data is trusted, how the data is understood, why my data is accurate, where the data is coming from, who's the data provider, who's going to use it, and why is it meaningful for my organization, for my business processes, and of course, how do I keep my data secure, and how do I keep my metadata intact. Once you have the vision, you can also start working with mission. Mission would be, what do I need to do to get there? So what do I want to have? I want to have a single version of truth. So I want to have one copy of my, let's say, dimensions, not on 10 different places, but only on one place, meaning that all the company, all the organization, the whole organization is looking only at that one particular, you can call it code list, chiffon, you can call it, whatever dimension, but we know that everybody is looking at it. This is extremely important because everybody is looking consistently at the data. Even if the data is somehow wrong, the whole company is going to have the same view on that data. And also providing documentation, providing the curated data, maintained data. Also master data management, this is also something huge. I'm not going to cover that today. And also accessing the value of the data, which is basically hidden. And this is all of the missions that you need to provide before going into that aspect. Also, roles and processes, as I said, are extremely important. Why? Because once you engage in the product, and the product that we are going to talk about today is Azure Purview, is important because the new product will bring new roles. The new roles will bring new people, and the new people will bring new understanding of the data. So some of the new roles that might come are data architect, that might have much better overview how the processes are going, data stewards, of course, who will be communicating with either on one hand on developers or business owners, and also data engineers, and of course analysts. And imagine the first circle that we've envisioned. Now you have the roles attached to those circles where you're gonna see your particular role from your organization point of view. So if it's going to be data engineer, it's going to be somewhere between the source data and collecting and profiling. If it's going to be a machine learning expert or data steward, it's going to be somewhere between transforming and sharing. And also if it's going to be a business owner, data engineer or developer, it can be on the last stage of the data. So keep in mind that not only when you're deciding that now that you understand your problem, why your data is not clean, why your data is faulty, you decided to purchase something, a product like Azure Purview, you need to understand also the processes and the roles. And how you're going to want build your concept of data governance structure is also something of a extreme importance. So you're going to have 3 layers of that, and on top of it's going to be your strategic data governance. So this is going to be your data governance committee. This is usually people from the board or something who's going to say, yes, this is the definition of a particular term, or this is how we want to see this particular value. So imagine what the customer is. Is a customer a person who creates a purchase, or is a customer a person who places an order? And this committee will basically define and say, no, customer is the person who creates an order, and that's it. And this is top-down approach will then define how the company is going to see this particular measure or this particular understanding of the data. And then you're going to have tactical data governance, which means that you're going to have council, people from different fields who's going to come up with different aspects, whether the customer is a person who creates or places a order or creates a purchase. So the council will basically have these discussions, and they will prepare a finalized version for the committee, who's going to just say, yeah, we agree, and we're going to align our KPIs and our measures or matrix to those definitions. And of course, on the other hand, you have technical design authority, like architects and people like that, who's going to basically just be on top of that, trying to put all the people together. On the lower bottom, on the last layer, is actioned data governance, which means that those going to be these are the people who are actively involved with the data itself. So it either is going to be data owners, data stewards, or super user community, and of course developers. These are the people who will basically give you and tell you the inside of the data. So this is wrong with my customer. So this customer does not have a gender attached to it, or this invoice have invalid tax number, or this order has a wrong product, the product that does not exist in my product list. This will basically all would be generated in this user community, and then they will communicate it with data stewards, data owners, and all the way to developers who will either implement or patch or I don't know, create some sort of code on the back end or the front end of the program. But those mistakes will basically be brought to council, and council will agree upon those and say, okay, committee, now you approve this. So this is basically how the concept of this data governance structure will work. And again, keep in mind that, you know, this is something that you need to, if your organization is still not there, this is something that you need to keep in mind when starting with the catalog. With the data governance. Okay, so now directly to Azure Purview. Azure Purview used to be called Azure Catalog, but a year ago they rebranded to Purview, like clear view, Purview, because we want to have pure understanding or view of our data. So what is Azure Purview? Is a unified data governance service, and the service is what it is, that basically helps you manage and govern your any type of data. So since it's a service, is classified as a software as a service, and it will basically just be available immediately for you. So it's basically just on click you start, you know, working with the data. It is extremely easy to create all the landscape with automated data discovery, sensitive data classification, and of course end-to-end data lineage. You can give your business additional valuable information about your data, and as I said at the beginning, this is something that will basically bring trust to your data. This trust will then reflect through this catalog, this Azure Purview, basically to your customers, to the end users, to everybody. Why? Because it's going to basically generate the understanding of the data and what is in the data. So the core element in this Azure Purview is basically data map. Data map is automated discovery of the data. So the more code, the more sources you're going to have, the more rich this data map is going to be. And it's going to basically just connect different assets to different, let's say, terms, stuff like that, meaning that, you know, you bring additional SQL database in, or you bring additional S3 bucket in, and it will basically just go through and try to understand what's inside and bring some conclusions to it. On top of that sits data catalog. Data catalog is sort of like a consumption of the data map, and it is representation what's available for you in the Azure Purview. On top of Azure Purview is going to have data insights, is basically assess your data usage across your organization. It's going to have a beautiful overview, what's available, how many times have a person used a particular storage, or how much data is in your SQL database, or in S3 bucket, or in blob storage. So it basically just gives you an additional overview. And of course, on the bottom, you have SaaS, and you have multi-cloud, and you have on-prem. Since Azure PureView is multi-cloud, meaning that you can connect you can connect to Google Cloud, you can connect to AWS, Amazon Web Services, or you can even connect to your on-prem SQL Server or Power BI. So the idea is that you're going to have data catalog, and data catalog consists of, so in the middle you're going to have data catalog that consists of search capabilities, business glossary, and data lineage. And you're going to have data insights that basically will just generate the reports about the usage of your Azure PureView. And this is basically how you're going to see these experiences. Underneath lies another layer that is basically Apache Atlas 2.0 and resides on open APIs, and this is what data map is basically font. So basically data map is created on Apache Atlas, and this is where data assets lineage and all the classification will be defined, and everything is going to be automatically scanned and classified. And on the bottom you're going to have different data sources coming in. Coming from the data insights, as I said, you're going to have these data reports, and you can also use those to basically have sort of like a bird eye view of what's going on in your Azure PureView. So how would you go about? So once you have created the Azure PureView account, you will see immediately that you will have Azure PureView Studio available, and you can also start managing the users. So user management, who's going to grant, who's going to grant, have access granted in your organization. It's fairly simple, very straightforward. Once you go in, you have to define the sources. So the sources basically is where you're gonna map your data and have the sources managed in order to get some metadata out of your data. And you will use those metadata to give sort of like this operational or transactional view of what's going on. Sources or data map can have or can basically give you the capability of connecting to 50 different sources. It can be Azure Data Sources, it can be Power BI, it can be SQL, and everything can be leveraged with the integration of Power BI, SQL, Azure Data Services like CosmoDB, ADLS, or also Azure Synapse. Those maps or data map sources can then basically manage all the metadata and scale understanding of your data, basically fully automated, fully managed, serverless metadata aspect of it. And as I said, it is based on, so the metadata, the data map is basically based on Apache Atlas Open API that gives you the capability of this lineage from wide range of open data source systems. Those who are familiar with Apache Atlas, you will see that why they've basically used it, because it is extremely strong in terms of metadata and in terms of data lineage. Once you have the map of data sources, you need to also take care of the security. There will be different aspects of that, so you can use the Azure Active Directory, or you can use the managed identity. Everything is going to be in Key Vault, and of course you need to have the credential permissions. I will come back to security a little bit later, but what I want to do now is I want to go through different parts of it, so parts of this Azure PureView. what you're going to have is you're going to have browse and search. This is basically very useful and great to just to filter out the results. You know, it can be by classification, it can be by contacts, it can be by business glossary. What is business glossary, what is classification, and what are the contacts? I'll come to that a little bit later. But this browse and search is something that is extremely powerful. I've seen those in different platforms. Elasticsearch, for instance, has been widely used. If you know, or if you're familiar, for instance, with Admundsen, this one also uses Elasticsearch. And what it does in the back, it basically just builds a huge index of all the terms, classification in this case, contacts and terms, and basically just give you immediate reaction once you start typing, searching. And this is also a very and extremely important part of the of your catalog. You also have the asset overview. So asset is something that is of any kind of value. So it can be a data set, it can be a table, it can be, you know, a glossary, a contact, or anything. In the overview, you will see that you will have this semantic data. This is something that basically derives from classification. So classifiers are a couple of those are predefined, and you can define your own. And also operational metadata, like date of creation, time, modified time, size, and stuff like that. And also you can connect those assets to business metadata, like glossary terms, like you know, anything that is available in the glossary, in the business glossary. This asset overview basically just gives you both operational, semantic, and business information about your asset, about your data set. Besides that, you have also lineage. So lineage is something that can be traced across different data sets. It will give you some sort of idea how data is basically connected. It is a visual aspect of it, so you can understand, for instance, there's a print screen from the customer table, and you can see how the customers or the data from the customer table, which resides in Azure SQL table, goes through different, let's say, different tables or different databases, all the way to different data sources or reports or even lakes. Those basically represent the owners, the source, and also the transformation. Currently, there is data lineage available if you're using ADF, Azure Data Factories, but it can also give you the ability to use Python or .NET. So if you have a .NET application, you basically are free to use and do that as well. At the end, you have the assets. Again, a beautiful aspect of it. Why? Because all the assets, all the data sets are basically connected to a particular person, which means that these persons, these people, these contacts can be assigned an ownership or some responsibility, accountability, and you're gonna have these contacts basically created in your organization, in your Azure Purview account. This is pretty much straightforward. Just remember that those owners and contacts needs to be predefined as well. Another aspect besides catalog is business glossary. It is a curated understanding of business terms and definitions. And remember the roles that I was talking about at the beginning. Once you have the committee say, okay, this is how we understand a customer, this is where you want to put this in the glossary. It is straightforward to use, but it can also bring you some additional business context. As I said, you can connect those glossary terms to different assets. It can also give you some additional attributes, for instance, per business domain and stuff like that. So imagine business domain would be if a customer is, say, in a particular domain, can be understood differently than in some other domain, like retail or purchasing. A customer in purchasing can be a company that basically sells you goods. In retail, it can be a person like me, like you, who's gonna buy those articles in a store or something. So this is something that also brings you the aspect of it. And also you can bulk insert those additional words if you already have a dictionary available. As I said, you can attach the terms to assets, and this is also something extremely beautiful and very useful for enriching the data or the metadata. And the last part is the data insights. So if you imagine, if you remember the overview how what is available in Azure Purview, the last layer was data insights. Data insights is basically a bird's eye view of the data landscape. It's just something that chief data officer is going to use frequently to see where the data is coming from, how much data is in my catalog, what was the last time a particular scan was created or done, the last time the classification was created, stuff like that. On top of that, you're going to have your sensitive data insight. So you can simplify those compliance risk assessment across, let's say, operational or transactional data sources. And it will also give you some view of how many files you have in your, let's say, blob storage. Do we need to move somewhere else? Just very bird's eye view aspect of your data. And then you have the last part, which is data management. Data management is something that Azure Purview basically brings to its own, and that is that it has a user group concept, which means that it basically, you have to create those roles that I was speaking at the beginning. These are the new roles that you need to bring into your organization, and you need to define people using Azure Active Directory to a particular sources. You can say, okay, this particular person should not see this asset, but should work on that asset. This person is should work on data curation. This is just a reader. All these different aspects that you want to, or that you can assign to your data. And also in the data management center, besides credentials, besides scans, rules, and stuff like that, you can also create a classification rule. Classification rule is something where you will basically define your data pattern along, how you want your data map to understand the data. And of course, for every classification rule, you can also attach a thresholds where you define this particular data set is correct or is not correct, or should be in this format or that format. Currently, only regex classification rules are available in Azure Purview, but there should be more available quite soon. Okay, I'm gonna switch now to Azure, and we'll just dive into the where to start and how to go above. Okay, so this is my dashboard. I've already created a PureView account. So one thing you need to do is first you need to check if your subscription has enabled or registered the PureView service. Once you go do that, just click subscriptions, go to subscriptions and check for your subscription if the asset is available for you. So I'm just going to go to my subscription and there should be resources provided. Just go there, check if the PureView is registered. It is, so that is fine. If you're going to use any other providers or services, go check as well. So let's say storage, it is registered, and also data lake storage, so that's fine for now. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I've created a couple of those accounts. I'm not gonna dive into creating a new account because just find PureView account. You need to first define the account because this account will be assigned to your organization. Within that account, you're gonna have your credentials added through it might be through managed identities, or it might be through Azure Active Directory. So once you create a new one, and this is very recently just a fresh one, you go and start using the Azure PureView Studio, and that's it. And this is your center. You can see the sources, you can see the assets, and you can see the glossary terms. Everything is currently empty because this is a brand new and quite fresh one. So this is your home. This is where you're going to define the map. How you're going to do is just that you're going to register the sources. And as I said at the beginning, there's quite a lot of sources available. And let's say I want to use, let's say, SQL database. How you're going to do that is you're going to just create a SQL database and select the server name, create an endpoint, and say where I want to resign. If there is any data collection that I want to sign it in, you just create a register and it's going to, bam, it's going to be available here. So this is how you're going to grow your map. And this is the data map that it's going to be then automized, auto-discovered and everything. You can also create a collection. Collection is just a container for all those assets. Once you have this, you have to basically run or scan those assets. So this means that the computer in the back, and this is where the Apache Atlas will basically fire, is going to go through your database or your tables and try to generate as much as metadata as it can generate. Since this is quite new, there are a couple of things that you need to first define, is the database name and of course the credentials. Since I don't have any other credentials, this might not work because you need to basically create the identity under the managed identity, and also you need to go to the Key Vault. So I'm going to go out of the PureView Studio and into the Key Vault. So in the Key Vault, you need to define a new Key Vault where you're going to store your credentials, and those credentials then will basically be available here. If you are connecting to a SQL database, you also need to have security available on the SQL side. So this is, bear in mind that probably if I run this, I will get an error because I haven't configured that yet. So you can see more information. You see give credential to this target database. Okay, so once you have that, your map is going to be basically completed, and you can then start discovering your metadata catalog. This is the glossary term. The glossary term is basically the business glossary, where you basically will define or add some additional terms. You can start by adding a new term, and you can take a system default template. It's just how you, the system default is basically which fields are you inserting, and you can say a term like customer and give definition to customer. You can define a parent word for that, or you can define an acronym, and this is where you're going to link your term to already existing asset. Once you have this, you can also say this word is related, it has a synonym, or it has a related term. And as I said, context is something of a very important thing. You can define an asset, you can define a contact for every asset, and this is also extremely important. And this is how you're going to build your glossary. I'm just not going to save that. Okay. And this is your insight. The insight is, as I said, the bird's eye view of what's going on. And you're going to see the assets, you're going to see the scans, how many scans have been performed. You're going to see the glossary, how many words you have, if those terms or those words have been confirmed by a particular user or not. You're going to see the classifications, so no classifications done, and also sensible sensitivity labels for sensible data, and also file extensions. So this is, remember, for your chief data in office, this is something that this person will go there. And the last part is the general tab. This is where you're gonna create basically account information. You're gonna set some rules, and they already have there's already some rules for a particular source type. You can create an integration runtime if you decide to do some different integrations through different APIs or something. The matrix, how you want to define, how you want to monitor, and also the classifications. So of course there are already some classifications available for you, but you can create a new one. And remember, currently only regex is supported. There is also some external connectivity, especially if you're using Azure Data Factory. You're gonna have Azure Data Factory available for you. You can connect to it, and data lineage is, as I said, currently supported only through Data Factory, because Data Factory basically just provides you the flow of the data, and you can see, how my customer from one table went all the way to some aggregated table or some other database. You're going to have also data share and the credentials. The access control is where you're going to have the beautiful, remember the beautiful map of the users that we've created. This is where you're going to create that. And the credentials is probably something where you're going to have your database administrator or infrastructure guy say, and okay, give me the key vaults, create a new key vault, and also create a new credential. So this is also something, just to basically, you need to go outside of the Azure Purview, work here, put the key vault in here, and then start connecting to the databases or your assets. And this is basically how we would go about. Remember, all the sources are here, and all the scans will be available once you run it. It will be available here. And that's basically it. Thanks for joining in. Remember, data governance is becoming more and more important, especially because it's something that is defined and will be gaining in importance because we have so much data available for every organization. Thank you very much, and have a beautiful day.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team. Inspiring.
Parimatch Tech, developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas, leading
the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team launching ideas,
Leading the team. Inspiring.
Parimatch Tech developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team launching ideas,
Leading
leading
the team. Inspiring.
Parimatch Tech developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team launching ideas,
Leading the team. Inspiring.
Parimatch Tech developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing.
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hi everyone, I hope you're having a good time at MS Stage. My name is Eran Stiller and I'd like to welcome you to an introduction to Azure Static Web Apps. Before we start, I'd like to walk you through a day in the life of a web developer. Imagine you're a web developer. You wake up in the morning, you see the sun shining outside, you listen to the birds singing, you go to the kitchen, you grab your cup of coffee, you sit down next to your laptop and start working. And you start working and you write your best app yet. It has a responsive design, an awesome color palette, and things are just going great. But now you have to deploy it to production and you start thinking, oh man, I have to start thinking about all these things like, how am I going to host my app? How am I going to scale it? CI/CD pipelines, SSL certificates, security, authentication, authorization, caching. So many things to worry about when all we wanted to do is write our web app. Well, this is where Azure Static Web Apps comes in. Azure Static Web Apps is a service from Microsoft which aim is to abstract away all of these infrastructure concerns, all of these deployment concerns, so you don't have to worry about them. Today, in the next 40 or 45 minutes, we're going to talk about what is Azure Static Web Apps. We're going to talk about the technology and what it does. And for most of the session, we're going to have a live demo where we'll use a Blazor frontend together with a C# backend and use Azure Static Web Apps to deploy this app with minimal effort. Now note that while we're going to use Blazor in this session, we're not going to deep dive into Blazor. I'm just going to explain it a bit and then we're just going to use it throughout the demo. The focus here is going to be about Azure Static Web Apps. Before we start, I'd like to give you a small word of warning. Azure Static Web Apps is in preview. It's still not GA, it's still not generally available, it's still not production grade, so it still has some rough edges, some features are missing, some features will change in the future, so you need to take everything with a grain of salt. However, I still believe it's an awesome technology and I think that you should be well aware of it as it can save you a lot of time and effort during your day-to-day work. My name is Eran Stiller. I'm the CTO of a software services company from Israel. I'm also recognized as a Microsoft MVP and a Microsoft Regional Director, and I like to speak at all of these events, so I hope you enjoy this session, and let's get started. What is Azure Static Web Apps? Azure Static Web Apps is a technology, like I said, for hosting static frontends, for example, single-page applications, or just a bunch of HTML and CSS files, doesn't need to be a single page, together with a dynamic backend or an API for your frontend to serve data as required. And it bundles these two hosting concerns together in a very convenient manner. Some of the key features of Azure Static Web Apps include simple scalable hosting. The frontend is deployed to Azure Blob Storage together with a CDN, a content delivery network, and it allows it to scale to whatever amount of user you need throughout the world. The backend is deployed to Azure Functions, which is Azure's serverless offering, so you don't need to worry about scaling and infrastructure and OS updates and so on. Everything is taken care of for you. Azure Static Web Apps offers GitHub integration. So if you're working with GitHub, then you'll see it soon in the demo. All you need to do for the integration is click a couple of buttons and a CI/CD pipeline is created for you in GitHub. And whenever you push your code, the code is automatically deployed to production. Now that is very, very convenient, but if you're not using GitHub, that is an issue because currently GitHub is the only supported vendor. So if you're using GitLab or Azure DevOps or Bitbucket, you're out of luck. This might change in the future, but currently only GitHub is supported. The third feature I'd like to talk about is the unified management. Azure Static Web Apps allows you to manage both your frontend and your backend using a single type of resource and a single pane of glass to manage all of the deployment concerns. Now, what does that mean? Let's take a look at how we traditionally host web apps. One option is to deploy both the static frontend and the dynamic backend to a single server. This can be a Node.js server, an ASP.NET server, whatever, any web server that's capable of serving files and running your code. So what you do in this case, you deploy the static frontend together with the backend, and a single server deploys everything, and the browser accesses everything through a single endpoint, and we deploy everything together. Now, this is very easy for us as developers. We need to manage one thing, we need to deploy one thing, but it's not the most efficient setup because serving static content or static files from a web server is not very efficient. It's actually quite expensive in comparison to some of the alternatives that we have. But this is very easy and convenient and a good way to get started. Another option is to separate the static frontend or the static files, the HTMLs, the CSS, the JavaScript files, to a blob storage account. And then we deploy the static assets to blob storage, to binary storage. And we store the backend or the dynamic part to a web server. Now, this can be a virtual machine. This can be a serverless offering such as Azure Functions or an AWS Lambda. And whenever the browser needs to access our app, it accesses the blob storage via one domain, for example, myapp.com, and accesses the API via another domain, for example, api.myapp.com. And this is more efficient than the previous method because we're using the best method for each part of our application. But it's more complex because we need to manage two things. We need to manage the storage account. We need to manage our backend. We need to deploy in two different places. We need to coordinate the deployment. It's more complicated. It takes more time and effort to get this running, but it's more efficient. An even more modern alternative is to place some sort of reverse proxy in front of our application. So what happens is a browser has only a single endpoint to access, one domain, and the reverse proxy, it can be either Nginx or HA proxy or an application gateway or Kong or whatever it is that you want to use, can route the requests behind the scenes without the client ever knowing anything about it. So we can still store our binary assets in blob storage, and we can still run our dynamic code in the most appropriate API server, whether it is a virtual machine, an app service, a Lambda, and so on. But all of this complexity is hidden behind this reverse proxy, which can also handle aspects like authentication, authorization, caching, and so on. So this is one of the most advanced setups you can create. But again, this comes at the price of a complexity because you have one more part that you need to manage, configure, monitor, scale, and so on. Now, Azure Static Web Apps takes this approach and makes it much more convenient and accessible for us as web developers. How does it work? We start from a GitHub repository where we push all our code to. This GitHub This GitHub repository is linked to a GitHub action, which is GitHub's CI/CD pipelines. Wherever we push our code, it automatically deploys both our frontend and our backend to Azure Static Web Apps. But again, as web developers, for us, this is one service. Internally, the static content is deployed to a blob storage, and the backend is deployed to Azure Functions, and it's all managed in the most efficient way possible. But for us, this is hidden away. This is abstracted away. When a browser needs to access our app, again, it has only one endpoint, one domain it needs to access. Behind the scenes, some sort of reverse proxy routes the request to the appropriate destination as required. So this is quite an amazing setup, and as we'll see soon in the demo, it's also very easy to achieve. Regarding supported frontend frameworks, so you can use basically any JavaScript or TypeScript framework you'd like, Angular, React, Vue, whatever, as long as it compiles to a bunch of static assets that needs to be served to a browser, it will work. But for this session, I'm going to show you how we can use Blazor. Now, Blazor is Microsoft's take on a single page application that runs with C#. You write your code in HTML, in an HTML-like syntax with Razor, if you're familiar with it, and you write your code in C# instead of in JavaScript, but this code runs in the browser in a native manner. Unlike Silverlight before, where we had a custom plugin which was eventually deprecated and Silverlight went away. Here we're talking about, here the code is running for a standard called WebAssembly, and WebAssembly is a standard supported by all modern browsers, and it has multiple platforms compiling down to WebAssembly, for example Rust and C++ and other languages as well, and we have C#. And this is completely standardized, so it has much more chances to be supported in the long run, and actually WebAssembly is a quite promising target platform, and I encourage you to read more and learn more about it, but we're not gonna dive deep into WebAssembly today. So that's Blazor. On the back end, we can use either Node.js or C# with ASP.NET Core. This is part of the preview limitations. I assume that in the future they will probably support more platforms that Azure Functions support, but currently only Node.js and C# are available. For our demo today, we're going to use C# with ASP.NET Core. So without further ado, we spoke quite a lot. Let's get to it. So in today's demo, we're going to write a Blazor frontend along with an ASP.NET Core backend and deploy it to production in a matter of minutes. So let's get started. So in preparation for this session, I've opened a GitHub repository. Let me refresh it. As you can see, I opened it yesterday. It's empty. It only has these files in it, a gitignore file, license file, and an empty solution. No other files are present here. And I already cloned it to my machine, and I opened the solution in Visual Studio. So that's our starting position. Now let's start with the WebAssembly project. I'm going to right click, add new project. And I'm going to choose the Blazor app because I want to add the Blazor app. And I'm going to call it client. Click create. Oh, the project directory already exists. Oh, because of my attempts yesterday. Just a second. Let me open the file in Explorer. Why doesn't it let me? Here we go. And as you can see, this is from my attempts yesterday. So let me just delete these directories and we can continue. So right click, add new project. Let's add a Blazor app. Okay, next. And we're going to call it client, create. And here we can choose either a server app, which runs in the server, or a static app, which runs in the browser. We're going to choose the static WebAssembly app. Click create. And Visual Studio is going to go ahead and create this client for us. And let's first open it. If I click Ctrl F5 and run it, it will open up in a browser. Hopefully it's restoring the NuGet packages. Come on, open up. And as you can see, Visual Studio is taking its time. Here, let's try again. For some reason, it doesn't want to open up. Ah, okay, now what's the problem? Let's set this as the startup project. Okay, and now it's running. Okay, so build started, build succeeded. And here we go. We have our browser open and here is our app. As you can see, we have several pages and each one of them has a different URL. But as you can see, as I switch between the pages, there's no page refresh. So this actually runs inside the browser. And we also have a page with a counter here and I can click it. And as you can see, again, this code runs in the browser, but this code is running in C#. If I open the page behind it, we can see that the page looks very similar to a standard HTML file. But we have a button here and we have an on-click handler very similar to JavaScript, but the method it references is a C# method. As you can see, we have a method here which increments a counter, and this counter is referenced by this element. So whenever the counter is incremented, this element is bound to the variable, to the field, and whenever I click on the button, this gets incremented. And this C# code actually runs in the browser with WebAssembly, but like I said, we're not going to deep dive into Blazor or WebAssembly today. So we have this code here, and we also have an index page, which is the main page of the app. we have this fetch data page, which we'll get back to later. Currently just loads some data from a local JSON file, but we'll change this later down the demo to get some data from a real backend. So this is our app. Let's just go to Git. Let's deploy it. So let's call it initial app, and let's commit and push it to GitHub. Okay, so it's going to start pushing it and it should succeed. Here we go. Let's get back to GitHub, refresh. We can see our client added here. And now let's deploy to production with Azure Static Web Apps. So I'm going to go to the portal, I'm going to click Static Web Apps, I'm going to click New, and there we go. I'm going to create a new resource group. Let's call it Blazor Live Demo. Okay, let's call the app also Blazor Live Demo. As you can see, we still don't have a lot of regions here. We only have 5, but this is still in preview. The list will grow in the future. Let's click West Europe. And currently the only pricing tier is free while this is in preview. We don't have information regarding pricing yet in production, but I think it's safe to assume that it will be proportional to the amount of usage your application gets. Now, I need to connect it to my GitHub repo. So let's sign in. It already identifies me. Click authorize. Okay, I want my password. There we go. Let's choose my organization. Need to choose my repository, which is Blazor Live Demo. And I need to choose the branch that I want to deploy. We still have only the main branch. Now I need to configure some aspects regarding the types of framework I'm using. And as you can see, there are already presets for multiple known frameworks, but you can also set custom if your app or your framework is not listed here. So I'm going to choose Blazor. And pre-populated some fields for me. For example, where is the app located? Where is the API located? Which folder? And where are all the static assets available once the frontend is compiled? So in the case of Blazor, the default is www.root, and we can also see it here in the Solution Explorer. This is the folder. I'm going to click Next. I need tags. Let's create it. Create. Okay. And the deployment is in progress. Okay, and as you can see, it's complete. I can go to the resource and I can see there's some monitoring here regarding the amount of requests, the data, how many functions occurred, how many errors we had. And there are also a lot of configurations we can do it. We'll return to this pane later. But as you can see, we have here already a custom domain that we can click. And we'll be able to get our app here. Currently, it's not deployed yet. Okay, how is it deployed? If I go back to the GitHub repo and refresh, what did I connect to? For some reason, it's not showing me the app. Where is it? Main, waiting for deployment. There's a live demo. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I was in the wrong app. Okay. In the wrong folder, sorry. So if I go back to the repo and we see in Blazor Live Demo, we see we have a commit here from MSFT. And we have a new file here called GitHub under GitHub Workflows. And this is a GitHub action, which is GitHub's CI/CD pipeline. And if I click in here and look at the file that was added, we can see we have a new pipeline created for us, which runs on the main branch. Here it is. And what this pipeline does, it checks out the code, and then it runs a GitHub action called static web apps deploy, which is the action that deploys our app to the Azure Functions and the blob storage and everything that we need. And you can also see the configuration we entered for the portal earlier that you can customize here inside the pipeline. And you also have the URL here where you can go and look at additional configuration options. Now this pipeline is already running. If I go to actions and I look at the pipeline, we can see it's already running. and we can look at the job. It's called build and deploy job. And we can see it's already building and deploying. It already ran for a minute and a half, and hopefully it will complete soon. And once this is complete, oh, here we go. This is done. If I go to our URL and click refresh, we can actually see our deployed web app in production. And it's already running. And it's awesome. And I can go here, click here, and this app is working again in production with blob storage, with Azure Functions, with scaling, with everything that we an automated CI/CD pipeline, everything that we expect from production app. Now, there's one thing here that's not working yet. If I go, for example, to the counter page, you can see the URL updated, but if I click refresh, the server attempts to locate a file called counter and doesn't exist, and we get a 404. Now, those of you who work with single page applications know that we need to have a fallback route. We need to route all requests to index.html or the default page in order for this to work. Now, we can do that in Azure Static Web Apps, and the way to do it is that we go to our app, we right click here, add new item, and we're going to add a JSON item, JSON file. I'm going to call it routes.json. It has to be named like this. And I'm going to add this route. It basically tells Azure Static Web Apps, whatever request you get, serve index.html instead, which is this file. This file is the bootstrap for loading our Blazor app. Serve this and return 200. And if I commit it, first let's pull all of the changes that we had, the workflow file that was added, and now let's add fallback route and commit and push. This is going to be pushed out to Azure Static Web Apps. And if I go back to our GitHub repository and go back to actions, we can see another job kicked off. And this is going to deploy the version with the fallback route. So hopefully once that completes, when we come here and click refresh on this URL, we'll get the response that we need. So this is still running. Let's give it some time. Let's give it some time to complete. And in the meanwhile, we're going to continue. So let's go ahead. We have a static frontend, but we still don't have a backend, and we want to add some functionality to it. So let's add a backend which returns a list of books in a library, and let's add some functionality in the client to load this list of books. So let's go ahead. Let's go here, click add new project. I want to add first a small class library. I'm going to call it shared. And I'm going to put in some common code here. So let's change this class to be called a book. Yes, rename it. And I'm going to copy paste some code in. So here I've defined a model called a book, which has a title, author, and year. This is going to go or to be sent over the wire. Now I'm going to add the backend. So I'm going to click add new project. And I want to add an Azure function because our backend is based on Azure functions. And I'm going to call it API, create. It will have an HTTP trigger because we're serving HTTP requests. I'm going to set the authorization level to anonymous right now. I'm going to return to authorization later. And as you can see, it uses storage emulator on the local machine. So I'm going to click create and I'm going to run the storage. You don't see it, it's on my other screen, but I'm running the storage emulator so I can debug it locally. Okay, I can close this window now. So I've set the authentication level to anonymous because Azure Static Web Apps handles it a bit differently. I'll return to it in a later stage. So we added this API, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new file, add a new class. Good. I'm going to call it books repository. And again, I have it set here on my other screen. I'm going to copy it here. So what I've done is I've created a class which in a real application would go to a database or a file or whatever. and load the list of books. Here we have it hard-coded. So we want to return this list of books to our clients. I'm going to go to our functions. I'm going to rename it to get books. Okay, yes, rename it. And I'm going to replace the code with, here we go, this code right here, which whenever someone calls get on /API/books, I want to return the list of books. This is what the function does. It's very simple. One more thing I'm going to do is going to the local settings, and because I want to use it from a web app and locally it will be run from a different domain, from a different origin, I need to enable CORS locally. So for my local settings, I'm going to enable CORS, and because I want to debug this locally later. So I'm done with the backend. Let's go to the front end. I'm going to go to the fetch data page, and I'm going to replace this weather page with some other code, and I'm going to copy it from here, paste it. Okay, it needs the reference to books, so let's add the reference to the shared project. And what the code here does is that if the books are already available, if not, it's showing loading, but if the books are available, then it displays them in a table. And we have some code behind here that once the page is initialized, it goes to /API/books, it gets the list of books, binds them to this field, and then the binding information here is updated and the books are displayed. Now, for this to work locally, I need to provide the endpoint for the Azure Functions. In production, it will be the same address. You'll see it soon, but locally, I'll be using two different endpoints because the Azure Functions will run in a different process from the front end. So in order to accommodate for this, I'm going to go to the main class. I'm going to add some functionality to read the base address from the configuration if it exists. If not, it's going to use the current base address set for the app. If it's there, it's going to load it from the configuration. And I'm going to add here a local configuration file, say new item. And let's call this app settings.development.json. Again, this is .development because we only want to run this use this locally. And let's add the configuration here because locally the Azure Functions will be running on this port. Now I'm going to set, before I start, I'm going to push this so the deployment will start working. And let's add backend, and let's push this, commit all and push. Okay, let's run this locally. So I'm going to right click here, set startup projects. I'm going to run both the API and the client, start, and let's run this. So Control F5, it's compiling everything and it should be running in a second. Here we go, we have our Azure Functions running and it's running on port 7071. And we have our client running locally and we can go through the pages. And if I go to fetch data, we can see we read the books from the backend, and I should be able to also see some logs that get books was called. So locally this is running. I'm using the Azure Functions core tools to run the Azure function locally, and the app is simply a static asset, so it's just running in the browser. So we have this running. Now let's go to our actions. As you can see, our previous action with the fallback route completed. So if I go back and refresh the /counter page, so this should not work because the fallback route is available. So I can refresh and it will work as expected. And if I go to actions, we can see our new deployment with the backend is already running. So the production is already being deployed. I'll come back to this later. Again, I don't want to wait because it will take 2 or 3 minutes, and we can continue with the next feature and we'll come back to see it running. So we have an app with a backend and a front end running, but we want to add authentication. Okay. Now let's say authentication is a complex feature. I don't want to do it on main. I want to do it on another branch. What I can do is I can go ahead, create another branch. Let's call it add security. I'm going to check it out. Okay. And let's add this functionality. So I'm going to go to our main layout page where it shows all of the about info. I'm going to replace this code with another code which shows a login component. Now let's create this login component. I'm going to right click here, add new Razor component. Let's call it login/razor, login.razor. And I already have the code for it. I'm going to copy paste it in here. By the way, you'll have all the source code in GitHub, so you'll be able to look at it later and try it out yourselves. So what this login component does, it checks. First of all, when the page is initialized, it goes to a special endpoint. It's called /auth/me. And this endpoint in Azure Static Web Apps gets the login information regarding the current user if it's logged in. If the user is logged in, it will return some information, the identity provider that was used for logging in, the user ID, some details, the roles this user has, and so on. So I can perform authorization and so on. So it loads the information and puts them in a variable. Now our app checks this variable. It sees if there is still no information, it's still loading, so we still don't have it. But if we already have the information and the user is not logged in, then we can show a link to login /login. And if the user is indeed logged in, we can show its details and we can show a link to log out. Now, unfortunately, I can't show you this running locally because we don't have local support for logging in and logging out yet. This is part of the rough edges I mentioned earlier regarding Azure Static Web Apps, but hopefully it will run in the future. So I'm going to show you this in production. So we added this functionality, but where do /login and /logout come from? And what do I log in with? Let's go to our routes.json and let's add a couple of routes here. So again, I'm going to copy paste it in. Let's add some routes here. And what did we add? First, we said that if we make a request to /API, which is our backend, we want the user to be authenticated. We don't want to allow unauthenticated requests. Remember I talked about authorization? This is authorization. If someone calls /login, I want to route them to this special address. As you can see, .auth/login/GitHub, which tells Azure Static Web Apps that I want the user to log in with GitHub. And this is all I have to do. I don't need to define anything GitHub. I didn't do anything special. All I need to do is call this endpoint, and I'm masking it with /login just so it would look nice. The same thing with logout, which routes to this address. And as you can see, Azure Static Web Apps also supports logging in with Azure Active Directory, Facebook, Google, and Twitter, but I don't want to support those. I could have. It's very easy. I don't need to configure anything there. But I'm blocking these endpoints, and I want to return 404 because I don't want to allow it. So we created this branch. Let's push it. Okay, let's say add authentication and authorization. Say commit all and push. So this is going to push it to a new branch called add security. And if I go back to our GitHub repo, first of all, we can see that our previous action with the backend already completed. So if I reload the production app, it's still running and I can go to fetch data. Okay, and you can see here is my backend is running, and as you can see, it actually loaded very fast, like almost immediately. And this is running with an Azure backend, and I can go in the portal, go to functions, and see that if I refresh this, if I refresh maybe the entire page, up, I don't know why doesn't it show me the function. It should have shown it to me by now. Oh, here we go, get books. See, a matter of cache. Here we go. We already have a function here called get books. We can't really do much with it right now, but again, this is still in preview. Like I said, rough edges. But so we have the app with the backend, and if you remember, we added authentication authorization in a separate branch. So if I go to the GitHub repo and I go to the code and I have another branch, add security, and let's say I want to open a pull request. So I can compare and open a pull request and I can check out my files and click create pull request. And now someone can review our changes and see that they're working. But besides checking that everything is working and reviewing it, something very interesting is happening behind the scenes. If I go to actions, you'll see that we have a build process opened for add security. And what this build process does is it actually creates a staging environment for us. So we'll have another environment in addition to the production environment, which holds this copy of the code that's available in this pull request. And now, as you can see, we have all the checks running, and this will take a while to complete. But once it's complete, we can go into this environment and see if it's working. We can test it, and only once we merge the pull request will these changes go into production. And if I go to the portal and I go to environments, we're able to see that once the pull request completes, or the build for the pull request completes, we'll have an extra staging environment here. Let's try and refresh it. Okay, so again, it will take a while, but if I go, I already have this in production. Let me go back to our static web apps and let's go to our Blazor demo. This is the one I already prepared in advance. So once we have that staging environment, we'll be able to see that if we're not logged in, we get this login link, and we can go to fetch data, and we're going to get a 4.1 unauthorized because the user is not logged in. Of course, in a real client, I wouldn't have shown this error like this, but I wanted to show it for the sake of the demo. And if I click login, so it will direct me to GitHub. Now I'm already logged in, so it got back, and this is my GitHub username right here. And as you can see, I'm logged in and I can go to fetch data, and now I can get my data back. So this is actually running. And if I log out, so now I'm not logged in and I go to fetch data, I get the error again. So this is very, very convenient because again, I didn't need to write anything. I didn't need to configure anything. I just need to use the endpoints and configure my app to use them correctly. And I need to set the roles. And I didn't show it to you here, but there's also a mechanism here for managing users' roles. So you can invite users, you can add roles to them, you can create your own custom roles, and you can check them in your code. And we're not deep diving into it today, but this is something you should definitely check. Let's look at our GitHub action. Is it still running? Looks like it is. It's already running for 3 minutes. Let's see where it's at. It's still building. Okay, once this is built, again, like I told you, we'll have the staging environment. One last thing I want to show you is that we can use some custom domains. Until now, I only showed you this small domain here. This custom domain, sorry, but what if I want to bring my own domain and I wanted to have an SSL certificate? Typically, you need to buy a certificate, you need to install a certificate. There's a lot of things that you need to do. But here it's pretty simple. If I go back to the app we currently have, click, you can see Blazor Live Demo. I can go here to custom domains and I can click add a domain. Now it asks me, what is your custom domain? So let's create one. I'm going to open the Azure portal one more time in another tab. So it's loading up. I'm going to click DNS. Here we go, DNS zones. And I have my own domain, which is stiller.blog. And I can add something here. So let's call it blazorlive.stiller.blog. So let's call it blazorlive.stiller.blog. Click next. Now I need to validate it. I can validate it with a CNAME record currently. So I need to add this CNAME record. So let's, why doesn't it let me? Okay, hopefully it will copy everything that I need. So I called it Blazor Live. Let's go back here. Let's go add a new record set. I want to create a CNAME, and this is the It's still loading. Blazor Live. Here we go. We have our CNAME record. Let's set this up. Okay, it should update relatively quickly. Okay, here we go. And if I go back to our custom domain, I can try and validate it. Oh, hopefully to go. Here we go, succeeded. Add. And once this is set up, Azure Static Web Apps actually goes behind the scenes and adds a signed SSL certificate for me. And I didn't have to pay for it. I didn't need to do anything. This will just work. Hopefully it will happen soon enough. As you can see, these things take a minute or two, which is kind of problematic in a demo situation, but we'll work with this. Let's go back. As you can see, our environment is set up. If I go back to a pull request, the one with the authentication authorization. So as you can see, Azure Static Web Apps, your stage site is ready. Visit this one. And this is a different URL than the production environment. And here, as you can see, we can log in. First time I need to grant consent. This is the only thing I need to do on the first time. And here we go. I'm logged in and I can get my data and I can log out. And the data will get a 401, but this is not the production environment. The production environment is here. And if I click, no, sorry, this is the one pre-made. This is the production environment. If I click refresh here, as you can see, we still don't have authentication authorization. So we have two different environments. And when I merge the pull request, these changes will go to production. Let's see what's happening with our custom domain. So this is still running. It takes a bit of a while. But once this is complete, I could go to blazorlive.stiller.blog and I'll have my site there without having to purchase any SSL certificate whatsoever. So let's wrap things up. What do I want you to remember from this? Azure Static Web Apps greatly simplifies the way you deploy your web apps. You don't need to think about CI/CD pipelines. You don't need to think about scaling, about hosting. Everything is taken care of for you. Hosting is based on Azure Functions and blob storage, which is encapsulated behind the scenes with a convenient GitHub action. If you're using GitHub, that's awesome. If not, unfortunately, this service is not for you, at least yet. It might be so in the future. Since we're running on blob storage with CDN configured and we're running on Azure Functions, we don't need to worry about scaling. Scaling is done for us. You can handle millions and tens of millions of users and your app will still work. Authentication authorization are a breeze to add. All I had to do was use those special logins. I saw .auth/whatever provider I want to use, and I showed you with GitHub, but you could use Twitter, Facebook, and so on. Staging environments are provided out of the box. All I had to do was create a branch, open a pull request, the build was triggered, and I got the staging environment with the code for that pull request. Once I merge that pull request in, only then will those changes be deployed into production. And I can add custom domains in SSL without actually buying a certificate. I showed you the process. It takes a couple of minutes for the certificate to be issued and installed. But trust me, it's very easy, and in a minute or two, it would have been completed. So on the screen right now, you have some additional resources. The main thing to note is the source code for the demo I just showed you, so you can see all the code there, and you can clone this repository and create your own Azure Static Web App. You also have a demo repository with JavaScript code that I created with React and a Node.js backend, so you can look at that as well. You have some links to the official documentation, and there's a couple of sessions, video sessions from Build that you can take a look at, and it shows a really nice overview of GitHub Actions. Azure Static Web Apps. So with that, I'd like to say thank you. I hope you enjoyed this session. I hope you learned something new, and have a great rest of the day. Bye-bye.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
ViaPros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else, programming in Java while learning Python, turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6, fixing bugs in production, and fixing relationships on a team, saying hard goodbyes, and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hi, my name is Stas. I'm a Microsoft Most Valuable Professional in Azure category, Solution Architect and Developer. And today I will be covering an interesting topic of modern infrastructure as a service and share my experience with tools like Microsoft Bicep, Pulumi and Fagmag. But before we proceed with our topics, I want to introduce myself in more details. I have 17 years of experience in IT. I worked on a lot of positions during my career. Some of them was connected with development, some of them with management. But from my perspective, development position is most interesting one. So I'm constantly switching back from the management to the development. I'm a Microsoft Most Valuable Professional. It's honorary title. And I received this title 1 year ago because of my community contributions. I'm also Microsoft Certified Cloud Solution Architect. Obviously, this certification is for Azure. And I'm helping with Microsoft Odessa.NET user group. I'm still writing code and quite happy about this. Besides development, I'm designing solutions in Azure. I'm preparing system design for pre-sales activities and trying to help as many projects as I can in my company. I'm also a mentor in the local Code Club branch Atom Space and IT2 School, and I'm running workshops and Python lessons for students there. So I'm working at Sigma Software. I'm also living in Odessa, Ukraine, but during these pandemic times, we all tightly coupled around the internet, so you can reach out for me and if you will have any questions after this talk. So let's go. Let's start with infrastructure as a code. It's quite painful topic for me because usually there are not enough DevOps engineers to support all projects in the company. I didn't mention before, I'm working in outsourced company, so we have tons of projects and not enough DevOps engineers. Sometimes infrastructure as a code is not that important. Developer teams usually get disconnected from the production environments because project is quite big. There are several teams and several team leads, and usually these big projects have dedicated DevOps engineer. But if we are talking about small and cross-functional teams, there is no position like a DevOps engineer, and all developers making infrastructure for their code. And they are responsible for deployments and for keeping projects alive in production. Additional requirement for repeatable deployments is ability to restore your project in different location and different cloud region. While this might happen on a daily basis, usually it's like some kind of a disaster or a service outage, but only way to be prepared for this situation is to have your infrastructure as a code described properly and maintain it through the life cycle of your project. Some developers think that infrastructure is responsibility of DevOps engineers. But I want to disagree with this opinion because programming code nowadays is tightly coupled with the infrastructure. And usually infrastructure is a SaaS services and you using features of these SaaS services actively in your code. So if your project will have issues in production, it will be super hard for DevOps engineer to understand what's really happening, and DevOps engineer will still ask developers help for complicated stuff like memory leaks, because sometimes SaaS services tend to fail silently and you will never know that you have out of memory exception. So from my perspective, around 90% of the new projects are based on the cloud services, Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, doesn't matter. So it's responsibility of developer to understand how cloud works and how to configure the services and how to optimize them. But on this way, there are several obstacles. The major one is the huge infrastructure as a code YAML or JSON files that tend to be around 5 to 5,000 of rows. And it's super hard to work with them, and it's super hard to maintain them and deploy them. And most interesting situation is when someone using IRM templates for Azure. These IRM template sizes can be 5 times bigger than actual source code of the solution. So talking about obstacles, as you can see on this picture, the main obstacle is that you cannot write a code properly, you cannot create a unit test, you cannot write infrastructure the way you used to write your code. And additional problems that each cloud have different approach to handle this infrastructure stuff. There are tons of domain-specific languages, so you need to learn a new language for the tool that your project is using. DevOps engineers are very fond of Terraform, but I actually don't see any kind of benefit in additional special DSL language. and don't see any benefits in this area. Yes, community tooling is great, but writing additional language for your infrastructure, it's a waste of time and resources. Still, with most of the existing solutions, you will get some kind of IntelliSense support. Usually it will be a plugin for Visual Studio Code. But in order to deploy your infrastructure, you need to convert it to ARM template for Azure, or convert it to the Terraform code that can be deployed to the Terraform provider of Azure. So how infrastructure work in Azure? It's relatively simple. Everything is controlled by Azure Resource Manager API. All requests from Azure Portal, Azure PowerShell scripts, Azure CLI and REST clients goes down to the resource manager, and then if your request is authenticated, your infrastructure code proceeds to be deployed. But I want to mention several problems here. The first problem is that as Azure Resource Manager is an API, and basically your request can have a transient error. And so, as with any API, you need to use specific version, Azure ARM template. As you can see on the screen, it's ARM template description generated from the resource group where I deployed several resources. It's resources created for the function application, and this ARM template is around 700 rows of code, of JSON code. And the problem here that most of the times Azure cannot generate a correct ARM template for your infrastructure. Usually it's some kind of a minor errors, but you can get a lot of them if you have complicated infrastructure with virtual networks, network security groups, and network endpoints for databases and etc. So you should not create your infrastructure from the portal. You might get a lot of problems when you will try to convert your infrastructure to ARM template to convert it later to something useful. Let's talk about existing options before I will show a short demo. So now we have Azure command line interface scripts, Azure Resource Manager templates, PowerShell scripts, Terraform domain-specific language. All these tools support some kind of IntelliSense, but it's only limited. Right until pandemic times, there were not much options available. It was Azure CLI that I'm actually using for my production workloads and for prototyping solutions. It was PowerShell, it was Microsoft Azure Resource Manager templates, and Terraform, who gained a lot of popularity because of the DevOps community and a lot of contributions. But let me briefly mention scripts. This is example of what I'm actually writing in Azure CLI. And the problem with these scripts is that you cannot work with desired state configuration. So you cannot create unit tests for these deployment scripts. And you need to change syntax every time if you want to do different commands like update, delete, create. Another important thing that these scripts tend to change over time, and Microsoft introduced new version or switch commands from old version to the new. And basically next time you will be trying to update your infrastructure, you might encounter some kind of errors in this regard, and you should run these scripts on periodic basis to understand that everything is working perfectly. So let's proceed with our first demo. First demo will be in Azure Portal. As you can see, we have a resource group named test. We have some resources deployed already here, and we have section automation. With help of this export template, we can export actual ARM template of these resources. As you can see, generation may take a while. As you can see, template is already generated, and we can scroll down a little bit to see what kind of resources are present in this description file. As you can see, it's huge JSON. And this is kind of standard situation if you want to export ARM template from the portal. So you should create ARM templates manually, generate them manually or with any kind of tools and plugins for Visual Studio Code, and not rely on exporting templates from Azure Portal. Let's switch back to our resource group description and switch to the Resource Explorer, Azure Resource Management API, and you can navigate manually nodes of Resource Explorer and see the state of provisioned resources. And also you can even switch configurations here, and also you can configure your resources with help of read, write, access and edit queries. We will not do this at the moment because it's kind of dangerous activity. Let's switch to the GitHub, and I will show you a working example of Azure CLI script and describe briefly functionality. And for sake of brevity, I created this Azure CLI script that can deploy entire infrastructure to run this workshop and demo. And initially I'm setting the variable with location and random number, and then just creating a group name with Azure Advent Calendar with random postfix. And then I creating a storage account, application insights instance, function app with consumption plan, with managed identity key configuration, Azure SQL Server, and while I'm creating a SQL Serverless database for SQL Server, I'm also assigning outbound IPs of Azure Function Application for firewall. It's done via Azure CLI, and in the end I will output additional connection strings and configure additional settings for the Azure Functions app, such as SQL Server connection strings. So let's copy this script, switch back to Azure Portal. Here we can open a console. It might take a while, unfortunately. Here our terminal is connected, then I can just paste in my script, and deployment is started. As you can see, we will have Azure resource group named Azure Advent Calendar 789. So this script is fully automated and it will deploy resource in a few minutes. So as you can see, our script is completed, and I have output of connection strings and secrets. And if I navigate to the resource groups, and I can find our new resource group with applications that are integrated together. So this was the old way of using infrastructure as a code with tools provided by Azure. I didn't include in this demo plugins for visualization of ARM templates for Visual Studio Code, but you can find it easily on the marketplace. So let's proceed with Project Bicep from Microsoft. So let's start with Project Bicep from Microsoft. It's a new DSL language for Azure Resource Manager templates, and it's actual answer from Microsoft to the external tooling and a lot of feedback regarding working with ARM templates. So let's discuss it in details. It's still JSON files. I can say that this is minified ARM templates with same structure that can take less rows than current version. And deployment is done via compilation to the proper ARM templates from this Bicep code. Anyway, there is a new plugins for the Visual Studio Code that allows for usage of IntelliCode, and so you can write your actual infrastructure without any manual stuff that you need to do. Bicep definitely do not replace external tooling because it's still a separate DSL language. It's different from the Terraform. There are better rival solutions, but Bicep will hugely simplify maintenance and deliveries in Azure. And teams that are using ARM templates at the moment will be super happy to convert their templates to something more maintainable. Bicep brings declarative loops. Also, it brings ability to create policies and validate them during deployment. It's open source and it's still in alpha probably. It's not even in beta. But Bicep was a hot topic during Microsoft Ignite. And I think Microsoft will eventually replace ARM templates on Azure Portal with Bicep code, and this will be the main option for infrastructure as a code on Azure. Let's talk briefly about the Bicep goals. The main goal is to build a transparent abstraction over current ARM templates. The next goal is to make it easy enough so it can be learned with any background, basically. Make it modular so you can reuse your code and use pieces of code from different projects together. It can be interchangeable with existing ARM templates, so you can actually convert your Bicep code to the ARM templates and vice versa. And tools for this conversion already published. And as I mentioned before, I think the main aim is to replace ARM templates generation and export on Azure Portal. So here is a short example before demo of the Bicep code. As you can see, it's super easy to declare a local variable, put additional variable with exact length limits, write down storage SKU, and then just build this Bicep code and convert it to ARM template. so it can be deployed to your production subscription. And here is the sample policy that can be created with Bicep code. Policy was announced only 2 weeks ago in March 2021, so you can implement additional validation of your resource deployments and avoid problems created by other developers. Let's jump into the demo of the Bicep. And so let's begin with the demo. Here is a sample from Bicep repository on a GitHub. It includes a location variable, a name variable for the storage account, storage SKU, and output ID. I already run one of the tests, so I need to change this number here. But let's double check how autocomplete works. If I will remove this variable and hit Ctrl space, as you can see, there are a lot of suggestions, but we can leave it with the storage SKU standard LRS. Also, we can try to see what kind of allocation will be suggested. Nothing will be suggested for our application. And let's try to deploy this Bicep file to Azure. The first requirement is to install a latest version of Azure CLI. Here I understood that I don't have a latest version because AZ upgrade is not functioning. And after installation of the Azure CLI, when you try to hit AZ deployment group create, it will install Bicep CLI, and in case your file is valid, it will be deployed in Azure. I have one issue because of the name inside the file. It's already used. I also used AZ login before, but the main issue with Azure CLI, if you got this command failure to parse main Bicep, it means that you don't have the latest Azure CLI and you need to install it from Microsoft side. So let's scroll down and run our command here. So I'm deploying this storage account to the resource group test where my test application resides, and enter. File was not saved, but now it is saved, and I hope the deployment will be okay. While it's deploying, we can try to add a new resource, code completion, and let's search for functions. Okay, it doesn't help a lot, but probably we can try this version. And let's see, depends on kind and properties. Let's select kind. And as you can see, there are no suggestions in the smart code completion. So this thing is still in early preview, but it seems that they will make it GA during the fall Microsoft Ignite. Meanwhile, our resource is deployed, and let's double check it in Azure. Let's hit refresh. As you can see, my previous script successfully deployed, and here we have the new account 473 and also output of my command. Let's proceed with Pulumi. So the Pulumi is the most exciting thing that was released last year, and it's now fully GA, and it's fully supported by all cloud providers. And Pulumi is a framework that lets you write your infrastructure with your favorite language. And this is why I'm super excited about this framework, and this is why main focus of this talk will be on the Pulumi, because this way you can actually introduce your developers to infrastructure as a code, and they will be eager to write it in a language they're using for the main solution. And I'm pretty sure that they will be excited about this opportunity. So Pulumi, in a nutshell, is a layer of abstraction between you and other cloud providers. And it allows to use your favorite language, C# and F# on .NET Core 3.1. But also you can use JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, and Go for the Azure or any other platform that you want to use in cloud. Also, Pulumi fully supports concept of desired state configuration. So you need to describe your desired configuration state, and it will be deployed to your test stage or production. As I mentioned before, Azure CLI doesn't support this stuff, and you need to write different commands. With Pulumi, you have unit testing out of the box. You can also create additional policies to validate your deployments and just reuse your code across all solutions. And it all can be written in plain C#. And this way, you can build a cross-functional team without DevOps engineer. With DevOps engineers, there are several problems. Usually, they stretch very thin across different teams in outsource, and they usually don't have enough time to make it properly. And most crucial, they don't have time to maintain it over the project life cycle. So infrastructure tend to get rusty, and it will not reflect changes done to the project in production. So if you have a team of dedicated DevOps to your project, it's definitely better for your developers to keep up with DevOps culture. But otherwise, if your team is cross-functional, writing code in C# will be hugely beneficial, and this improves quality of your project in general. Also, as I mentioned before, the main benefit is unit testing. You can create a lot of unit tests, and you will be sure that your configuration can be deployed to the designated environments. Yes, there can be a lot of errors, and there can be problems, but it's like 90% guarantee that your infrastructure will be deployed successfully. Because if you're working with Azure CLI scripts or any DSL tooling without ability to run unit tests, it's a highway to disaster when you will be going to production. Pulumi try to make some money with help of the background SaaS service that will keep state of your infrastructure cached and serialized, and also portal that is monitoring your deployment state, and help you resolve issues if you have a discrepancy between your cached state and actual state in production. So here is the short schema that represents how Pulumi works. It's CLI and engine. It's language host. For your C#, it's program CS project. Then your desired state, compare it with last deployed state from Pulumi, and change set is generated and sent to deployment to the cloud. There are some details that you should be aware of, because there is no rollback of your infrastructure in case of failed deployment. Sure, in case of the transient errors, state will be applied later in 15 minutes usually. But if you will have an issue with configuration drift and someone changed your configuration via Azure portal, then you should manually update your deployment to accommodate these changes. Pulumi will not do this for you. Basically, with any infrastructure as a code, the main thing you should do is to disable any configuration changes from the web portal UI, because this will result in unpredictable changes and bring a lot of issues with your next deployment. With Pulumi, you can also create additional deployment policies that will validate your deployments in terms of the region location, paid tier limits, and any additional stuff like cost management tags that should be placed in your resource group resources for any deployment. Let's talk about cost of the Pulumi. It's actually an interesting question, and this is the main blocker for adoption. The main argument that Terraform is free and Pulumi costs money, but no one taken into account cost of DevOps engineer, the monthly cost of DevOps engineer. And with Pulumi, your developer team can write infrastructure code and maintain it along the main solution. So let's talk about price and total cost ownership for Pulumi. Obviously, Pulumi is expensive because it's $50 per month for a whole year. It's 3 team members, and for bigger teams it's even more expensive. But you should compare this price with cost of one DevOps engineer per month. And probably cost of the one DevOps engineer for your team will be around $40-50 per hour. So writing a code in cross-functional teams with C# or F# with help of the Pulumi and deploying this infrastructure code to production is obviously cheaper than paying 10 hours per month for DevOps engineer. And this way you can build a truly cross-functional team and enjoy all benefits provided by infrastructure as a code via Pulumi. One small note here that Pulumi is actually a small startup created by one of ex-Microsoft employees to solve this problem, and it's open source, so buying from Pulumi and supporting them is actually a great thing. So we start in this demo with az login command, and as you can see I type it in az login, and then I open in the browser, put the link and authorize it in Azure, and receive a token for further management of infrastructure. Let's scroll down a little bit, so my subscription ID will not be visible, and my login email as well. Let's create a new project, Pulumi, new, Azure, C#, and name it MS Stage Demo. Stack name dev, preferred location North Europe. Let's wait for dependencies install. If you have not logged into Pulumi service, then when you type in Pulumi new C#, you will be prompted to log in on Pulumi site. So we have git ignore, we have standard CSproj file with .NET Core App 3.1 with NuGet package Pulumi Azure Native. We have file mystack, which describes our stack of deployment, and we have here a source group with storage account and output of primary storage key. We also have program CS, the standard entry point for .NET application. And we have configuration YAML file for Pulumi. It's configuration of location. And Pulumi YAML with name of the project, runtime, and description of the project. Let's run initial deployment with command Pulumi app. As you can see, Pulumi is suggesting me to monitor my deployment via link here. So we copy the URL and let's switch to the browser. Here in browser we can see the status of the deployment and resources that will be deployed. We can switch back to the Visual Studio Code. So we switch it back to the Visual Studio Code and let's scroll down, see the same results, and here we can select yes, click enter, and we can see the results. The deployment is underway. Here you can see our deployment succeed, and let's switch to the portal to observe results. Fresh, and we can see new resource group created for us with storage account, name it SA. Let's add some additional resources. Switch to the stack file, add a new app service plan, import usings, add the resource group name, add type resource plan, and add an SKU. Let's import usings. Tier dynamic and name Y1. I have a small error here, but otherwise it's okay. Let's save it and run Pulumi app. We can monitor it via portal, or we can monitor it via command line. Now, as you can see, everything is prepared and we can revise planned changes. So we see that we will deploy app service plan. One change, and I will select yes. And so as you can see, everything is created. Let's navigate to the portal and check the results. Now we can see this function plan, MS stage is created, and now what's left, we should create Azure Functions application and deploy it here. Let's switch back to Visual Studio Code, new web app, quotes MS stage web API app new web app arguments kind function app resource group name resource group dot name server farm ID equals app service app service plan dot id. And so this is the last change, and we run Pulumi app. Let's wait a little bit, it will be prepared soon, because we're using the free service for single developer. We might experience some slowdowns. Obviously, if you will be on paid subscription, there will be no delays with this. And so change is prepared now. We will select yes, and update is on the way. So these changes with C# infrastructure code, you can easily version with your Git repository, create releases, create separate commits for infrastructure changes. And also it's super easy to automate these deployments via Azure DevOps and GitHub. There are a lot of examples how to do this, provided by Pulumi and other developers. So creating infrastructure for your developers will be an easy ride. And meanwhile, our deployment is complete. Let's see the results in portal. And as you can see, our application is deployed now. So you can see for yourself how easy it is to work with C# and Pulumi. And if you will properly automate deployments with GitHub Actions and Azure DevOps CD pipelines, it will be just a matter of writing C# code and committing it to the repository. And this is all changes that you need for your project. Let's proceed with another great alternative. It's a framework called Farmer. Basically, it will transform F# code to ARM template and then deploy it to Azure. I will make a very short demo on this. As you can see on the screen, it's functional style. It can be visualized with ARM template visualizer. And you have a QR code to visit GitHub repository of Compositional IT, the authors of this framework. And you can also subscribe for Isaac Abraham Twitter to follow the Farmer news. Obviously, it's more expensive than Pulumi, but it's still a great thing. And this is something that should be used if your developers are keen to write software in F#. F# community is strong, and it's actually fun to write the code in F#, including your infrastructure. Yes, with Pulumi you can also write an F#, but I think it's a better alternative if you're into functional programming. So let's proceed with a short demo. So let's begin with a short demo on Farmer. Let's create a new console application. Let's add a Farmer package. Now it's added and we can open our program FS. So let's add the web application and let's deploy it to Azure. Let's include Farmer first. My stage web app deployment equals ARM location North Europe deployment deploy.execute res group MS stage deploy no parameters. Let's save it and let's do .NET Run. As you can see, deployment is underway. I'm already logged into my Azure subscription, and as you can see, here is the Farmer folder created, and here is our generated IRM template. And now, as you can see, our resource group is there, and we have our new bright and shiny web application running. So as you can see, it's working, and you can use F# to create your Azure infrastructure. So let's continue to the end section of my talk. So what's next? What will happen with infrastructure as a code in future? And what's happening now? Writing infrastructure as a code, it's a great idea, but actually there is an even better one. The idea to create a diagram of your solution and then automatically deploy it to the Azure. And this concept of creating and keeping infrastructure schema up to date is just brilliant. This way you will remove the layer of infrastructure abstraction from developer responsibility, and one solution architect can maintain a project schema and create and deploy configuration adjustments on demand. And I think in coming year we will see more solutions like Brainboard. You can actually subscribe and start using it right now. So I think the next big solution will be fusion between diagramming software and infrastructure as a code transpiler. So we'll see what will happen. Now this talk is concluded. Thank you for attending this talk, and I hope you enjoy it. And I hope this talk will help you to choose your favorite infrastructure as a code approach. I hope that there will be no need to learn any additional domain-specific language in the future, and you can create everything with your favorite programming language. But as I said before, all options are available, and you can go with IRM templates, with Azure CLI, with Project Bicep, with Pulumi, and with Farmer. Everything up to you, and it's important to know alternatives and to use them when appropriate. Thanks again for visiting, and now it's time for the questions.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear. and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. we are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hello, this is Conference MS Stage and session High-Loaded SQL Server Troubleshooting. My name is Denis Reznik. I work as a data architect in company Intap and holding status of Microsoft Data Platform MVP since 2010. In this session we will talk about challenging situations where troubleshooting is a bit tricky because of high load on database. Our agenda for today will be the following. First of all, we will talk about database troubleshooting challenges under the high load, and then we will check 3 different cases when the load give us additional challenges in performance tuning and troubleshooting. Also, we will check how we can solve them and effectively troubleshoot SQL Server under the high load. First challenge is database size. This is definitely only my experience, so you can agree with me, you cannot agree with me, but probably about 1 terabyte database size means additional challenges for us, because in this situation database is a bit big, it's heavy, we can't move, we can't change schema, create, modify indexes very quickly. And in this case, we have some issues with troubleshooting. Second troubleshooting challenge is amount of queries per second. This is my own threshold. Batch requests per second more than 10,000 means that we should be very careful with the troubleshooting, with the actions we do on the server, which can affect the workload. And also, the biggest challenge in this case is the amount of information we are getting about the queries. We simply can't collect all the queries execution statistics. It will be heavy to analyze the data. It will be a very big amount of data. So we have to find another strategies for effective troubleshooting in this case. And third challenge, which I want to mention here, is processor load. If we have processor load bigger than 90% CPU utilization, even small additional load which we will provide with troubleshooting can have an effect on the user experience, on the users who are working with the database. And during the troubleshooting we are trying to avoid this as much as possible. Ideally, troubleshooting should not give us any additional load which can slow down the application and which can negatively impact the user experience. And before we start talking about real cases, I would like to share a few obvious but pretty useful tips which will make your troubleshooting as lightweight as possible. First tip. If it's possible, troubleshoot queries not on production database, but on the copy of production database. Ideally, the system resources should be the same as in production, but in real life it's not always possible, so any test server with the current version of production database will be better than troubleshooting on production if your database is under the heavy load. Second tip. Monitor server performance on daily basis. The main point here is that it's very easy to put your database under heavy load, but it's not easy to proactively monitor performance and prevent such kind of situations. So, if you're monitoring performance on a daily basis consistently, you see these trends. You see database grow, you see number of requests growing or going down, you see system resources utilization, and you can act proactively in these cases. So you can optimize your queries or your application, or you can scale your machine to prevent database overload in future. We usually forget about this option, but it's very, very important to remember about it all the time. And third option, if possible, use latest versions of SQL Server. Probably you will not have less system issues, because new versions mean fixing old bugs, which presents in the latest version, in the oldest version of SQL Server, but at the same time new issues introduced all the time. But one important point here is that each new version of SQL Server contains more and more troubleshooting tools. Very lightweight, very cool, and very easy to use. And now we are coming to the first scenario, high amount of requests. Let's remind what request is in SQL Server. Request and batch requests per second. So, this is the diagram of SQL Server query execution. First of all, connection created, then session. These are internal SQL Server objects which you can see in the DMVs. And each session has one request. This is what we mean by request, and this is what counter SQL Server batch requests per second track. Request means a single query or several queries in the one batch separated by batch separator, like Go in Management Studio, or stored procedure call, which means that batch usually it contains a single query, but it can contain multiple queries, which call statements. For each request, SQL Server gives one or several threads from the thread pool. If the query is parallel, it will get several tasks. If query, it will create several tasks. If query is serial, it will create a single task, and it will take a single thread from the thread pool. This thread, also called worker. This worker can be in three states. First state is running, which means that this request got all the resources it required for execution and CPU time. So it's executing right now and right here. Query can be suspended if it's waiting for some resource, waiting for acquiring log, waiting for writing data to the transaction log, waiting for fetching data from the disk to buffer pool, and so on. When it's waiting for something, it's in suspended state. And third state is runnable. In this state, worker got all the resources it needs for execution, and it's waiting for free logical CPU to get processor time and execute the query. So, that's it. This is how SQL Server do the query execution. And now we are coming to the first scenario, which called high requests rate. Now imagine a system when you have thousands of requests per second and you have to troubleshoot to find the root cause of the performance issues. First of all, we need to collect performance counters data. This is a very lightweight monitor. Here we collecting data about system resources usage and specific SQL Server metrics. This is my personal initial performance counters collection set, which I use for troubleshooting issues. But in this session I will not show you all these counters, but I would like to bring your attention into this one, SQL Server batch response statistics. Let's imagine that we have collected all this information. We find that the main root cause of slowness are the slow queries. Now we have to find that slow queries. But collecting everything will not give us this information. We need to narrow down our search as much as possible. And I would like to describe and bring your attention into this counter, SQL Server batch response statistics. It was added in SQL Server 2012, and it's some kind of, I call it a hidden feature of SQL Server 2012, because it's very interesting, but it's not very frequent. It's not used very frequently and commonly. So, this is it, SQL Server batch response statistics. We have 4 counters here. CPU time request, CPU time total, elapsed time request, and elapsed time total. And using these counters, we can find which category of requests, let's say CPU time from 0 millisecond to 1 millisecond, up to batches which with execution time more than 100 seconds. So, using these counters, we can see which category of requests consuming more CPU or have more duration, bigger duration than others. And using this information, we can concentrate and narrow down our troubleshooting and filtering our troubleshooting to these categories of queries. I will use a single one here, batch response statistics for CPU time, and I will show what we will get eventually. Let me start my performance counters data collection, and I will start some load here, some workloads. Now we will wait for a few seconds to finish the workload, and we'll check what we collected in our performance counters dataset. So it took a while, but this is a pre-recorded session, so I cut down that part of video and we are coming to the performance counters information. Let me stop performance counters data collection, and I will check what we have collected here. I will remove all these counters, but would add a single one, batch response statistics for all the categories. I will check CPU time total. So, in this picture you see that the scale for all counters is the same. So we should concentrate on these two as the main CPU consumers. First one is queries between 2 milliseconds and 5 milliseconds. Probably it will be hard to optimize them and to track them, but you see that altogether they consume in average, they consume at maximum 131 seconds. And we have probably a bigger category here, this red one. Batches with execution time more than 100 seconds. And at maximum it consumed 200 seconds, which is pretty big amount, and probably this will be our category which we want to troubleshoot first. And probably in this area we can win a lot. For example, the queries in different categories, there are no queries between 20 and 50 seconds, much smaller amount of queries with different categories, but this one is pretty big and we will concentrate our efforts on it. Now we know our target. We will go to Management Studio and we'll create extended event session to collect these particular queries. I will create a new session. Let's call it MS Stage. I will use query batch tracking template. And you remember, our troubleshooting should be as much lightweight as possible. That is why I removed causality tracking, and I will remove the event error reported. We should track as small amount of events as possible. In our case, for query troubleshooting, these will be two events: RPC completed for storage procedure completion and SQL batch completed for SQL batch completion. Okay. In addition to regular fields, I usually track transaction ID just to make sure that our select query is running without transaction or in a transaction. And then we do filtering. So if we're tracking just single database, we should put database ID filter here. If you have other filters to add here and to narrow down the query search, you should add them here, but not a big amount of them. In our case, we should find RPC completed and SQL batch completed with duration bigger than 100 seconds. So I will add filter for both of them. 100. Duration here in extended events is tracking in microseconds, so this number should be bigger by 3 zeros than this number in performance counters data collector. Okay, we have filter in place. As a storage, we will use event file because we need the data to store persistently, not like in ring buffer, and that's fine. Okay, we can start the session and start the workload to collect the queries we have to troubleshoot. And let's wait for a few more minutes for workload to finish. Because of this pre-recorded session, we can do this. I can cut down this period while we're waiting. And then we will check which queries we have collected in our extended event session. Okay, the wait is over. Now we can go to our extended event session. Let me stop it. And let's check what we have collected. This is a single query with huge duration and huge amount of CPU time. This is our query. Now we can troubleshoot. Ideally, we should switch database to the copy of production database and troubleshoot this query there to not provide additional load on SQL Server, but in critical case, as a last resort, we can troubleshoot this on production. Okay, we finished with the first scenario and we are coming to the second scenario. Second scenario called CPU pressure. Let's remind some basics of CPU utilization, how SQL Server utilizes CPU. SQL Server and other database engine usually use the mechanism which is called cooperative multitasking. So, we have a queue of queries in SQL Server. This is runnable queue, and we have CPUs which executes this query. SQL Server took first query from the queue on each CPU and starts execution. If query finished quicker than 4 milliseconds, SQL Server take another query from the queue. If query did not finish in 4 milliseconds, SQL Server push this query to the end of the runnable queue. When CPU is free again, it took this query from the queue and continue the execution. And now we are coming to the demo. So in this case, when CPU pressure is high, even running an extended event session can put additional load to your system and slow down your application, and you will have negative user experience. So in this case, the better approach will be using SQL Server Dynamic Management Views, and particularly this one, dmexec query stats. It collects data about the query execution since SQL Server start and while the query plan is still in the cache. If query plan will be flushed from the cache, you will not see information about the query here. But if it is still there, you can see a lot of useful information about the query. Let's check what we can have. Take from here. We can have CPU time, total CPU time since this query was compiled. and till now. We can check last CPU time, minimal CPU time, maximal CPU time, and the same for measures we can see for physical reads, for logical reads, for duration, this is elapsed time. Also, as an additional information, we can check the rows which query returns, degree of parallelism, memory grants, which can be very important, and spills to TempDB. Probably these are the main characteristics you can get from this view. Also, you can not only see this data, but you also can join it with dmexec SQL text to get the actual text of this query. I will put it at the beginning. Also, we can slice and dice this dataset as much as we can. Let me order by it. Total duration. And I will get the queries with biggest duration on the top. These are our queries. First one, second one, and so on. Let's check the difference in duration between them. The difference is huge. We saw the first one, let's check the second one. This is a query we would like to troubleshoot next. This is some function which we can optimize. And also we can get the query plan for this query. But if we have a lot of records listed in this view, it can take a while to get all that query plans from the cache and show them to us. So on highly loaded SQL Server, it's not a good strategy to cross-join the dmexec query plan here, but it will be a better strategy to find the query which we want to check and then get it plan handle and get particularly query plan for this one, for this query. So this is our query plan. We can get this information and we can troubleshoot this query based on this information. And it's very important to remember that the plan which we are getting from the cache is not the actual plan. It is estimated plan, and all these numbers, percentage you saw here, are just estimates. They can be very far from the real result, the actual slow operator. So it's very easy to determine if it's estimated or actual query plan. If you can see here, you see only estimated information, but nothing about actual rows, actual number of executions, and so on. So, but still, this is very important point, that on the loaded SQL Server, when we have CPU close to 100%, it might be too much to run even extended event session or SQL trace. In this case, we should try to use dynamic management views and the information collected there as much as possible to make our troubleshooting as lightweight as possible, to not overload our SQL Server. Okay, that's all with the second scenario, and we are coming to the third scenario and third demo. Third scenario called query plan procedure cache pressure. So when we're compiling the query plan, when we execute the query, SQL Server needs to get the query plan. SQL Server parses the query and calculate that SQL handle, and SQL Server check if there is a query plan already compiled for this query. If not, SQL Server, if yes, SQL Server will start execution immediately. If not, SQL Server will compile the query plan and put it to the cache. So, and this information we saw in previous demo in DM sysexec stats. But on loaded system, when we have a lot of queries executing, it can be not easy, but quite easy to see that information and DM exec query stats to expire pretty soon. In my experience, I had a case when server has thousands of databases and database ID included in that SQL handle and plant handle generation algorithm. So for each database, SQL Server has separate set of query plans. And under the pretty big load, again that was 10,000 requests per second, that view refreshed almost every 15 or 20 minutes. And this is not enough to collect valuable information about the query execution. I would say that we can't, in that cases, if query plan expire pretty soon, we can't really rely on the DM exec query stats view, which we saw on previous demo. Also, one more case, if your query was not executed till finish, it was aborted or something like that, there will be also no information in DM exec query stats. So in this case, it's also important to use different mechanisms to check the query execution, like extended events maybe. And in some cases, some very tough cases, when query plan cache flushed pretty quickly, when SQL Server is overloaded, CPU is overloaded, we can't rely on both previous strategies I described. And in this case, we should monitor the queries which are executing right here and right now on SQL Server. And for this goal, we can use view which called sysdm exec requests. Let me start the workload and check what's executing on SQL Server right here and right now. Again, like in previous case, I will order by total elapsed time to check the queries with the highest duration first, and I will get SQL text. Okay, let's see what we have here. There are two queries executing right now. Last of them is my query, session 58. Let me filter it out. Okay, now I will have correct picture. And I have a single query, or several queries which are executing for a while. So, where is my elapsed time? First query is already executing for 42 seconds. Probably it's heavy. Let's try to troubleshoot it. We can get the plant handle here. Let's check its estimated query plan. Like this. it should be pretty big, 2 million rows. And here we are coming to one more troubleshooting technique I would like to show you. It was silently introduced in SQL 2016 and it's called Lightweight Query Profiling. It evolved through several SQL Server versions, and in 2019 it can be enabled on not only with trace flag, but also it can be enabled on a database level with the following option. Last query plan stats. Let's check on which database our query is executing. DBID 5. Database 5 is Stack Overflow. Let's enable this feature. Probably it's already enabled on my database. Let's check if I have these statistics. I will take my query plan handle and pass it over here to the function query plan stats. This function will show us the last available actual query plan, which can give us much more information than the estimated plan. So this is the difference. In the estimated, we see just estimated values. In the actual execution plan, we see also the actual values. And on highly loaded SQL Server, this lightweight query troubleshooting can add few CPU percent to the CPU utilization, but if it's not critical, I highly recommend it to use this feature in such scenarios, where we see big queries, which are still executing by the way, and we can't easily troubleshoot them, or estimated query plan is not giving us enough information. It will be a better approach to check the actual execution plan, the last valid actual execution plan, and troubleshoot the query, optimize this query based on these values. So, even on tough cases, in hard situation, this can really help to troubleshoot your database performance and your server performance. So, in this form, like we see right now, this feature exists only in SQL Server 2019, but in other forms it can be enabled with trace flag. It exists even in SQL Server 2016. So it can be your friend in SQL Server performance troubleshooting. Okay, that was the last case, and we are coming to the summary of the presentation. Today we talk about database troubleshooting challenges, which brought to us by different things like CPU overload, database size, big amount of queries coming to the database per second. And in all these scenarios, we can't effectively use, or even we can't even use, some troubleshooting techniques, mechanisms, tools, but still in each of the scenario which we saw today and in many other scenarios, 3 tools which I have shown today can be very useful, but it's very important to know when to use them and what are their limits. In first scenario, we checked the server which is under the heavy load and which have huge amount of requests coming at a second. In this case, we can't track all the queries with extended events or SQL trace. It will give us enormous amount of information and it will be hard to analyze it. Better approach in this case to find the root cause, to find the time range for the query execution or for CPU time, and find the queries which give us the biggest load on our server. We can do this with performance counters and batch response statistics counter particularly. After that, we can create an extended event session with very good filtering and collect only those queries which really give us a load. So we can very effectively do filtering based on the performance counters data we collected before. In second scenario, we saw CPU pressure, and in that condition, even running SQL trace or extended event session can slow down the application and give us negative user experience. In this case, better approach will be using SQL Server dynamic management views and particularly dmexec query stats to get the statistics about the query execution, to find the heaviest queries, and depends on the bottleneck of your system, CPU, memory, drive, we can go to the particular queries and optimize them first. And in third case, when the query cache flushed pretty quickly and we can't rely on the information from dmexec query stats, in worst case we can't even run extended event session on SQL trace, we should use sysdmexec request view to track the requests which are executing on the SQL Server right now. That could be enough information for troubleshooting. So, all these three tools we checked today can really help you to narrow down and find the root cause of your slowness issues, probably in 99% of cases. If you are not using them yet, I would highly recommend to try each of them in different scenarios. If you are using them on highly loaded SQL Server, please know about their limitations and the best cases where you can use them and benefit from them. Thank you very much.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear. and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Via Pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas, leading
the team, inspiring.
Parimatch Tech, developing.
Exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production. And fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes. And finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
We are pros. Fire it up with our business. One powerful team, launching ideas,
Leading the team, inspiring,
Parimatch Tech, developing,
exciting.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code of someone else. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellius.
Hello, MS Stage. I'm Sergey, and I have a great opportunity today to share my experience with cloud architecture on Azure. For the last few years, I work on high-load big data projects related to IoT or fintech domains with extensive use of CQRS pattern. In Intellias, I extracted often used practices on our projects and created Intellias CQRS framework for .NET Core applications on Azure platform. So I will show a few different approaches how we build CQRS on Azure Serverless Services. And feel free to ask any questions in the chat or after conference via LinkedIn. Before we go too deep into details, I want to mention what is the difference between CQS and CQRS. So CQS on the left diagram is a command query separation in which every method of your application should be either a command that performs an action and mutate data or a query that returns idempotent data to the caller, but not both. In other words, asking a question should not change the answer. More formally, methods should return value only if they are referentially transparent and has no side effects. Again, query returns data, not applying any changes. Command apply changes, not returning any data. The only exception is result of execution or token to check this result. Usually, for .NET, we use Mediator for in-process communication and storing data in the same database, but instead of CRUD, for CQS, we have a lot of put methods for every business command on every entity. If we apply CQS principles to business model and system architecture, enabling each element of your architecture to be optimized for a single responsibility, either read or write, decomposing rather your architecture than just your objects. On the right picture is a CQRS application with separate read and write servers and separate databases. Instead of in-process communication with Mediator, now we have an event bus. The only thing that connects two parts of the system together. Both sides are covered by API gateway, so for end user, API still looks the same. Let's decompose the right side of our application. First, we have some entry points, like REST API, which maps HTTP post to a command object and sends it to a command queue. In the command queue, we have subscribed command handler. It restores a domain aggregate root from previous events and validates command read. As a result, it produces an event of executed operation and publishes it to Event Hub. Actual state change on aggregate state happens after applying event on the aggregate state by event applier. Those steps should be transactional, so particular record of aggregate root is logged until the event of execution is stored in EventDB, published to Event Hub, and applied on the aggregate state. After it, log could be released, and aggregate root can process the next command. On the read side, event handler is a subscriber to the same event hub. It caches the same events produced by aggregates. Event handler projects these events to a specific materialized view. Later, this view is read by query handler or API to visualize a specific page on UI or specific contract for external system. In this case, we have a fully denormalized database with pre-joined, pre-computed views ready to read. And as a result, we can subscribe many event handlers to the same event hub. There is no common resources between reading nodes. There is nothing to log. So adding thousands of reading servers will scale linearly without any performance degradation or impact on the write side. Which, of course, gives extra scalability. As you can see in Scale Cube for microservices, we can spin up functional instances with copies and partitions to shard them. Now every copy can individually scale the read and write side separately, and more important, use the right database technology for its sharding strategy, like the normalized database for read side and consistent database for write side. As a result, we have unlimited scalability, and with Azure Serverless, we pay only for what we use. So, CAP theorem. Usually it limits any distributed system to be either available or consistent. Due to physical limitations of network speed and reliability, we cannot break it. But we can trick it, as we have basically two separate systems. We can select two attributes for each. Usually for asymmetric IO load, while we have more read requests than write, we choose technologies with strong consistency for write and eventual consistency for read. Also, if we have some unusual system with more writes, like some massive log processing with million events per second and dashboard just for one person, we can do then vice versa and use partitioned write with streaming aggregation to one view. Enough theory. Let's move to some practice on Azure. On this diagram, I applied CQRS pattern on Azure Serverless, and let's review simplified architecture of these two microservices. Why simplified? Because slide just too small. On actual projects, we use dozens of extra cross-cutting services and security components like Azure Front Door, traffic managers, and so on. So let's focus just on most important components and review the flow of end-to-end requests. When a user activates some action on the Angular app, a request goes to API management and is routed to a command converter function, where GraphQL mutation is converted to a command. It also validates command attributes for simple constraints and required fields, and if it's okay, it is serialized and published to the command queue. Then it returns a response to the front end that command is accepted by backend. Frontend creates a subscription on SignalR service for accepted command correlation ID and waits for completion event. On the backend, we have a subscriber Azure function with queue trigger on command queue. When it's activated, it reads command preload and using command target aggregate root ID reconstructs aggregate state from event store. Then apply the command and send domain events to event topic. On the event topic, we have another Azure function with event topic trigger, which reads event stream from event store using the last cursor of event and applies new events on read model in query store. When read store updated, completion event sent through SignalR service to the frontend. And frontend calls a get endpoint for model again to Azure API management. Now API management routes request to query function, which reads updated read model from query store, applies GraphQL filters if required, and then returns it to client. This is very basic reference CQRS flow, which is used in most cases, but we can simplify it for wider applicability on more projects. Let's review another version that I optimized for lower latency, less components, and faster development. First change is replacement of Azure API management for regular app service, because it's cheaper and more familiar for developers with an imperative coding approach. Also, it can utilize duplex protocols like gRPC or GraphQL subscriptions. The next very important change is elimination of command converter and query handler. It significantly reduces latency. Let's review the usual end-to-end request flow with this architecture. As previously, a request still goes to our API gateway, in this case, app service, with ASP.NET Core application. Using routing to some functions, we immediately validate the command and send to command queue and return the accepted response to the frontend. Let's look inside the code sample for this application. As our ASP.NET action activated, we map the response model to a command using AutoMapper or any other approach. Then a command may need extra information not present in request model, like authorized user or application insights correlation ID. So we enrich the command with this extra data from HTTP context headers and GWT token. Now we can check if the command contract is valid, required fields, length constraints, and so on. If it does, then we can move to the optional system-wide validation. For example, global unique naming. A separate service with global naming cache can do so. This step is important to do here because domain-driven aggregates routes can validate only their business logic. They do not have an external context or rules across bounded contexts. If we fail here, we can return 500 and notify SignalR subscription as well to basically respond to our asynchronous clients like Apollo or any applications that listen also to subscriptions, that this operation is failed and they can proceed with next commands. If not, then everything all right. Then we can publish this command to a queue and return OK to client. Now command from the queue will activate the Azure function trigger for command handler. This queue is added as a queue-based load leveling pattern to handle load spikes like Black Friday. And you have a lot of data. This data requests will be buffered in this queue until functions will be scaled to proper count of instances to handle this load with the same speed as it's coming to the queue. Functions is very fast in scaling, but anyway, it takes about 30 seconds to spin up more instances. Doesn't matter 5 or 50. Yeah, but actually it would be something around 30 to 1 minute to spin up new instances according to load. So for this time, you can have a throttling issue when your functions cannot handle incoming requests. So this queue must be added as load leveling pattern here. As you can see now, we are inside a function trigger method. I simplified this code to handle just one command type for better understanding. As our command was serialized to some message envelope container, so we need to extract it with get command method. Then we reconstruct aggregate root from its previous events for specific aggregate type. For this, we have a method in context which requires also the type of aggregate state for multiple commands processing in function. This part usually done by middlewares. Not ASP.NET Core middlewares, but we use usually mediator library inside the function to handle this specific pipeline. If there is no aggregate or aggregate actual version is higher than expected version provided in command, then we return fail to SignalR and exit from function because we cannot process comments that address it to previous version of aggregate because it will actually rewrite someone's action on aggregate. So we just reject such type of requests. And we try to keep clients up-to-date models. So we stream data through SignalR. So in most cases, we have exact version of aggregate root coming in command. So yeah, and if an aggregate is found, we can call our domain method and give either command contract or just required properties to method parameters. Depends on your aggregate root design. If domain validation is failed, we notify the subscription with domain response and exit from function. And only if everything all right and we pass it all these steps, we can get integration event from context because aggregate root raised it to context. So now we can publish an event through Event Hub. Our publish method also transactionally appends it to Event Store. So next time it will be applied on aggregate root state. As you know, in event sourcing, only event may apply change on state. So in aggregate root, we only validate a business logic for command. And for this, we only read state. To do so, we use separate state object for aggregate root. If we try to set some value for state inside aggregate root, it will not work. It will fail in compile time. Because we have a throttling policy that all properties in state objects must have private setters. So state can be mutated only after aggregate root, send an event to event appliers, and it's executed. This approach significantly reduces amount of errors in business logic. Basically, inside aggregate root, everything is immutable. Only thing you can do inside is a publish event. And except this, we also use a lot of other immutable concepts, so, like value objects from DDD implemented as immutable structures, and we prefer to split this kind of create separation of concepts when we validate logic and when we change rules, change a state. Now subscribers on Event Hub will be triggered. Remember, it could be hundreds of them. Also, other microservices or systems can subscribe, as SignalR does in our case. On production projects, external consumers like ERP or CRM systems could be integrated via event handler connectors. When event handler is triggered, we need to deserialize event data, and using some identity from event like aggregate root ID or other unique identity that linked with your read model, we can find appropriate read model writer and then run basically event projection on this model, updating or removing some data. And finally, sending a signal notification about completion through a SignalR. It may include the resulting model itself if we use event-only communication with frontend. And for regular REST applications, we have the following flow. When the front-end application receives SignalR completed notification, it sends a request to get method of our API gateway to receive updated read model from Cosmos DB. In code, it's pretty simple. We just call to Cosmos DB provider and get a specific query model. Remember, this model is fully denormalized and optimized for the client. So we do not need any data joins or post-processing. Usually this takes less than 1 millisecond on server side to get this model from Cosmos and return it to client. And then, of course, you have a network latency about 50 milliseconds to close the stage of data center from Ukraine. In the query model or its fragments, we always add related aggregate root ID and its version. These properties are used to create comments from frontend. Especially version is important because it's used exactly as expected version in comment and then validated by command handler before executing actual aggregate root. If this version is not the same as aggregate root version, we throw exception because it's some kind of concurrency issue. Finally, we reviewed the main flow, and I prepared some bonus slides about other aspects of CQRS architecture in testing, deployment, and monitoring. So let's proceed and review some cases from my experience on real projects. As we reviewed main flow, now let's think how we can test it. The fastest and most reliable way to have in-process implementation of testing framework. This one is from our Intelia CQRS framework. So we can prepare environment for testing with query store, handler processors, event buses, event storages, and so on. Important that all these components should be in process, and you should not use any external services for your unit or let's say integration tests that you want to run always, because when you add some like SQL databases or other databases external dependencies, it makes harder for developers to configure development environment, and it also slows down these tests. So nobody wants to run this test because if it takes like half hour to run 1,000 tests, it's just useless. So it's important that all unit tests should be executed in like less than a few minutes. Then we can simply create some command, wrap it within context, and publish to our in-process command bus. And as usual, assert result in read model through query reader. This code is optimized for kind of synchronous calls. In this test framework, we also have asynchronous way where when we emulate also SignalR, so we can listen for a SignalR event and then check read model, because otherwise in asynchronous way it will be empty if we check it exactly in this time, even if we doing this without any network components, it's still this async task might not finish. So for you can use synchronous way or asynchronous way, but you can basically choose what you need to validate for your test. And yeah, so this test is just for rapid development, and actual cloud components and services may act differently. So we always use set of integration tests as well. Also, we can run integration tests locally with Azure emulators or in real cloud within our CI/CD process. As you would expect for monitoring of Azure functions, we also use application insights. So you just need to set and properly transfer correlation ID of operations and track dependency calls. It will create you similar views that you can see right now for functions health monitoring and dependencies. As you can see with numbers of instances, calls, latency, payload percentage, etc. Make sure that for dev and test environment, you set a short retention time, because functions can easily generate dozens of gigabytes of logs daily. So it might be very expensive. And we had some projects where this actual application inside cost was a lot higher than any other component, even higher than the Cosmos DB, because it generated just terabytes of data. And while Azure Functions is very cheap, hosting a lot of data and analytics for 90 days in application insights could be very expensive. Here is view of one of our microservices from internal project. We use multi-repo approach. So for one microservice, per one repo. Here we have some infrastructure as a code in form of farm templates in deploy folder. Of course, handlers. Basically, it's just a Azure Functions projects and contracts project. This one is important. It's published as a NuGet and utilized by other parts of solution. So in contracts NuGet, we pack all our comments, queries, and events. So any service in the system should know this contract and should be able to use it to create some let's say Saga flow or communicate with the service through events, etc. And the process manager that orchestrate complex Saga workflows across multiple services. For Azure Functions, we use Startup Host Configuration Builder to register dependencies, like in ASP.NET Core application. So add actual implementation of services, storages, and hubs to IO container, initializing them with secrets from Azure Key Vault service. So in actual handlers, we just inject dependencies in constructor It makes functions similar to regular ASP.NET application. And it's, of course, speeds up development comparing to just static methods in regular Azure Functions entry points. Here's a very usable tip for those who want to use consumption plans, but scared about cold start. As you know, first call could be very slow, about 20 seconds or so. In order to fix it, we simply add this 4-minute timer trigger that keeps function allocated on the host. It is much easier than some external methods to keep it loaded, like external HTTP calls or something like that. And you can control it through configuration. So we found this is the simplest way how to deal with cold starts. And of course, it's not a silver bullet. It will not fix cold start for scaling. So if you have higher load for start of new instance, if you have multiple instances in the same time to handle high load, then start of this extra instances for first call, you still have a little bit, let's say, higher time to start, because you need to initialize these instances. Yeah, but it's anyway, this approach actually works on some of our projects, and it shows that it fixes almost all problems. So time to time, some users may have some longer requests, but it's rare case, like for one request from million or so. And if it's not acceptable for you, then just use regular up service plans, and that's it. But it actually loses advantages of consumption plan on serverless, because when you have allocated resources on regular plan, you should pay for that. Inside Azure, one microservice contained by one resource group. It contains usually functions and storage that contains views, events, comments, etc. In this case, it's just Azure storage account. For more loaded applications, we use Cosmos DB, and other resources like gateways and event hubs, they have own resource groups. In this way, we support all infrastructure as a code and functions for one microservice in one repo. In this way, it's very useful to manage these external resources, and it's very easy to deploy new microservices, because you have shared event hubs in separate resource groups. So for one microservice, you just create a separate resource group, and it's useful for developers because they own everything that they need for a microservice. They have own repository, they have functions for handlers, they have a deploy folder with ARM templates to actually deploy all this stuff, create functions and require databases, etc. They have also own build pipelines in YAML format and tests. So it's fully isolated autonomous microservices that could be separately tested and separately deployed and integrated within a system with external events from other services through the event streaming. What about cost? For our testing environment, an internal project used by 1,600 employees, we have production of about $200, and for test environment it's about $50, where our QA team is working. And we also run end-to-end tests for every pull request. So it's not really expensive. Actual functions cost for all functions that we have, it's about 7 microservices, so about 15 functions that handle about 15 million requests for our end-to-end tests. Pay just less than $3 for all these functions. So most cost is coming from other components like integrations with enterprise systems via service bus, which is our budget, and of course AppService do as well. Azure Functions is just 1% of cost. It's look illegal, but you can check pricing in Azure calculator yourself, and Azure Functions is probably cheapest compute resource that we can find nowadays. That's it. Simple and scalable. We reviewed serverless CQRS architecture on Azure. Probably you have some questions about how to start with this architecture. So I prepared for you an open source project on GitHub. It contains an abstraction CQRS framework on .NET Standard, so you can use it to build your own applications. And for any questions about this framework, you can contact me directly on LinkedIn. We use this framework on multiple projects. Unfortunately, we not published it as a complete solution. We have some components not open sourced because it's IP of the company. It's used only for Intellias clients. So here you can find only core abstractions of this framework, and it's still very useful because it's net standard and it's applicable for any context like Azure Functions, ASP.NET Core, etc. So feel free to just reuse it and maybe learn something from our development, and maybe improve this framework. If you want to create some pull requests, feel free to do so. And I need to mention one more very important topic. It's event sourcing. It's very often used together with CQRS, but it's not a limitation. So you can use CQRS even without event sourcing. The reason for skipping event sourcing is very simple. It's complexity. Event sourcing significantly increases complexity of development and maintenance. If somebody thinks that CQRS is complex pattern, it's not. It's very, very simple comparing to event sourcing, because event sourcing might look simple, but when you want to do some complex things or you have some complex domains, it becomes very complex to maintain, and if you have some advanced cases, it becomes really complicated. For example, event history could be long, and you may need to do snapshots because you want to scale. You don't want every time to process, let's say, million events from aggregate root history. Yeah, so you need to do snapshots and then apply events from snapshots. This is not a trivial task. This is could be very complex if you need reliable snapshots and replace of event. Sometimes you need to recompute events, etc. When you need to add extra services, then you also may need to inject some events. And basically, when you have event sourcing, you cannot mutate events. So if something happened, that's forever, and you should live with it. Also, event sourcing is source of truth, and its events, but it's not very useful without materialized projections, because any like business stakeholder or business analyst cannot efficiently read this. Yes, because it's just a history of actions what happened, but it's not showing any actual state where we right now. Sometimes business domains just not applicable for event sourcing. When you have some business domain with very dynamic rules and where objects has a lot of operations, then definitely you should not use event sourcing there, because it will be just a hell to support new versions of events, to support handlers to handle this older version of events, and to do these snapshots. So I have two important suggestions for you. When you should not use secure event sourcing at all. First, when business domain is not stable and event schema may change, then definitely use just CQRS without event sourcing, because when schema is changed, then you should create new version of event, and you have older events in your event store. Even if you have snapshots, you should keep older versions, and you should keep also business logic to handle these older versions, or create some mapping to newer versions, but it's not always working, and sometimes it produces even more errors. So use event sourcing just if you're sure that this is a stable business domain, that your business experts understand this domain, and you probably you describe it in the right way. So for in later you will not have this issues with support of dozens of events, and also support this legacy with a lot of handlers. And second, when the time to market is critical business driver, then also skip event sourcing, because to implement event sourcing in the right time, it's just takes maybe 3 times more development effort than just simple CQRS. And if you have no experience at all with event-driven microservices before, I would recommend you to start with simple CQRS flow in your ASP.NET Core application, and use Mediator library. When you will have this part working, you can split your application physically, and it's actually good practice if you not work with some concept. It's not recommended to use it on commercial projects, because you may have some issues that you don't know how to resolve. And for CQRS and event sourcing, Stack Overflow not always helps, because it's in most cases it's custom implementation, and you may have some not trivial issues, like some conceptual issues in your architecture that may lead to wrong event sourcing. For example, may lead that you have a database of let's say 1 year of production running system, and then you found some issue, and basically you cannot simply fix it, because you need to deal with immutable events that you cannot change, and all of these events is created by bad business logic. So you of course can replay these events on some smart event handlers that process it to compensate this error, but this stuff is very complex, and I do not recommend to start with full approach with event sourcing and CQRS and microservices, event streaming all together. It's very dangerous mix, for starters. So just start with simple DDD and CQRS, and then split your system physically, and then you may add event sourcing to some of your services that really requires it and really makes sense to use event sourcing there. As a bonus, those 3, maybe 10 years or more old books that inspired me to build my own CQRS framework on Azure. DDD from Eric Evans is a must for everyone because it's I would say foundation for microservice design, to understand properly bounded context, how to split microservice, and how to manage product development in your team, ubiquitous language, and actual concept of aggregate routes and events across them. Also, we often use event storming. It's a brainstorming to create context flow of events across your bounded contexts, and it's very useful to translate business requirements into a proper domain model for CQRS applications. And CQRS Journey, it's a great book from Microsoft based on kind of workshops about CQRS understanding by Microsoft architects, and it's a very good book to start with simple CQRS for .NET engineers. And some resources that I recommend to check before development of CQRS architecture. Especially Greg Young has very valuable articles in this area. I recommend also check his product called Event Store. It's a database specifically designed for event sourcing. So if you design some solutions that should be hosted in cloud agnostic environment, it could be a good option to use Event Store instead any other database. Or if you want to build systems that should work on premise in your company, it's also a good option to use Event Store instead of any relational database, of course. So thank you for listening. Hope it was useful and you learned something new to apply on your next Azure project. Here's my LinkedIn address for questions after conference. So if you would have any ideas or maybe you had own experience using CQRS or event sourcing, so feel free to contact me if you have good ideas. We can share our knowledge and maybe contribute this to open source project with CQRS framework that we have. See you later. Bye.
So guys, this is it. Thank you for being with us today. I would like to say thank you very much to all our speakers team. You guys did a really great job today. Thank you for the sharing of your knowledge, for your insights, and for your inspiration. Thank you very much to all the participants for your questions, for your attention, and for your activity. And of course, thank you very, very much to our partners, Luxoft, Parimatch-Tech, Virex, and Intellias. Now I wish you a great weekend. I wish you to implement something from you've heard today in your projects. And I hope to see all of you on the MS Stage 2022. Bye-bye.